handheld 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8, and 9, and 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, podium mic, 1, 1.
Thank you. I drink water.
Okay, good morning, everyone. We're about to start in 30 seconds. Just we will wait for more people to join us. And speakers as well. Okay. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Ozone Action side event, Energy Efficiency in the Refrigeration and Air Conditioning Servicing Sector, a missing piece to make MAPS work. We are here at the COP28, which has the overall theme of cooling, and there was a global cooling pledge that was officially launched on Tuesday, and implementation of the Kigali Amendment plays an important role in achieving global climate targets and can prevent 0.5 degrees of global warming by 2100. And this could be doubled if cooling efficiency is improved. So basically, energy efficiency in the cooling sector plays a crucial role in achieving climate targets. So if you're a consumer, what can you do? And you want to be, climate friendly. You want to, prevent global warming. What can you do? You can buy more efficient equipment, and then you save energy, but also you reduce the operational cost. And if you're a government, if you wanna, how do you make sure that there is more efficient equipment on the market? You introduce MAPs and energy labels, so minimum energy performance standards and energy labels, which are good policy measures to move markets towards a more efficient equipment. But is that enough? Is that all what needs to be done? Or there is another thing that is very important, which comes from the servicing sector. So basically, even if you do have the most efficient equipment on the market, if it's not properly installed and operated and maintained and serviced, It will not provide energy savings and also climate benefits. So as part of this side event, we will try to unpack two things. First, what is the contribution of the proper servicing and energy efficiency measures in the servicing sector to overall energy efficiency and energy savings and climate benefits. And also, how can Montreal Protocol community and the activities that are funding under the multilateral fund provide energy savings and support MAPs? So for today, we have 4 presenters. We have Ms. Melanie Slade. She is the Senior Project Manager Energy Efficiency in the Emerging Economies Program from the International Energy Agency. She will have a recorded presentation about MAPs and why are MAPs important. Then we have Mr. Balaji Natarajan from his Senior Program Management Officer in the Multilateral Fund Secretariat. Unfortunately, he is still in transit, so we hope that he will be able to join us during this side event. He will talk, and his presentation is about energy efficiency considerations in the context of the Montreal Protocol. We have Mr. Philip Danziger from his ProClima International Project Manager in GIZ. He will tell us about the importance of training of service technicians in maintaining energy efficiency of the equipment. And then we will hear from Dr. Omar Abdelaziz, Associate Professor at the American University of Cairo. Omar is also an ARTOC co-chair and Energy Efficiency Task Force chair, so he will tell us about the links between Kigali Amendment and the energy efficiency and what can be done under the Montreal Protocol. So that's basically our agenda for today, but we will start with opening remarks from Ms. Liazat Rabiosi from the Ozone Secretariat. Liazat, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Sonia. So I'm very happy to welcome everyone at this event on behalf of the Ozone Secretariat. In this COP, there has been quite a lot of discussion around cooling, RAC HP sector, thanks to the Cooling Global Pledge that was declared by the COP presidency just on Tuesday, but also thanks to our pavilions and all the events dedicated to Montreal Protocol action on climate change. So we discussed that we need to deploy all options allowing us to keep ourselves cool with the lowest environmental impact, including passive cooling, nature-based solutions. However, the reliance on RAC HP as an incumbent equipment as means of cooling is growing and will continue to do so. That is why it's very important to ensure that this equipment is energy efficient, not only in its design and manufacture, but also during maintenance and service. According to applied research, it's possible to conserve about 50% of energy during the operation and maintenance of equipment through good and safe servicing practice. Just before our meeting of the parties, which took place a month ago, we organized a workshop on energy efficiency, looking at energy efficiency policies that could be deployed during HFC phase down. We've mapped out different policy options that promote this and documented them in case studies, and these documents are available on the website of the Ozone Secretariat. Based on this research, the implementation of minimum energy performance standards and energy labeling has been instrumental in driving the market towards more energy efficient equipment and then stay in equipment energy efficiency during its use phase. For example, the MAPS and labeling program of USA, as we know, Energy Star, offers third-party verified installation programs for technicians and contractors to make sure that equipment is properly installed. And this program also guides consumers towards certified professionals. This program has been designed and offered after finding that nearly half of all heating, ventilation, air conditioning systems in USA are incorrectly installed, leading to huge losses in energy consumption. So to conclude, the true potential of energy efficiency measures in this specific sector can only be realized when the equipment is expertly installed, operated, and maintained. And here lies our opportunity, but also many challenges because of the nature of this sector, which will be discussed in this event. So I'm looking forward to the discussion to see how these opportunities can be amplified and these challenges can be overcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Liazat, for these opening remarks. We will now proceed with the recorded statement from Melanie Slade from the International Energy Agency.
Hello, my name is Melanie Slade and I lead the IEA's work on energy efficiency in emerging economies. I'd firstly like to thank UNEP for the invitation to this important session to discuss minimum energy performance standards, which are of course a powerful tool for driving market transformation towards more efficient equipment and appliances. It's also great to be able to contribute to furthering this conversation in the context of the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol, which is of course an influential platform for addressing energy efficiency in the cooling sector in particular. I'd like to start though by taking a step back to remind us of our net zero emissions goals. In the IEA net zero emissions by 2050 scenario, there are about 400 measures, and about 40 of these relate to energy efficiency. Several of these efficiency measures will be implemented most effectively through the use of minimum energy performance standards, and some of these are highlighted here. Of most relevance today is that by 2035, most appliances and cooling systems need to be best in class. So how are we doing? Last week, the IEA released its Energy Efficiency 2023 report, coming amid the enduring effects of multiple global crises and increasing urgency for stronger action to keep the 1.5 degrees C goal within reach. A main theme of this year's report is the need to double global progress on energy efficiency this decade to get on track for net zero by 2050. Moving from a base rate of 2% to a 4% annual gain in energy efficiency globally from here until 2030 is what it will take. The global average for this year is 1.3%. This masks some very strong performances, with the United States expected to meet the 4% target this year and Europe expected to exceed it for the second year running. The overall outcome was mainly driven by increased activity in heavy industry sectors and the hottest year on record. The extreme heat of 2023 has caused great hardship and put huge pressure on energy systems worldwide. The efficiency of space cooling is of course even more important than ever in this context. And as policymakers race to make the world's energy systems more sustainable, they also need to pay special attention to the consequences of rising temperatures on cooling demand. Cooling represents around 10% of global electricity demand. In hotter countries, it can drive an increase in electricity demand of more than 50% in summer. That peak in demand is very expensive to supply, as assets can spend a lot of time with Cooling represents around 10% of global electricity demand. In hotter countries, it can drive an increase in electricity demand of more than 50% in summer. That peak in demand is very expensive to supply, as assets can spend a lot of the year being idle. In 2022, for the second year in a row, space cooling saw the largest increase in demand across all building end uses, up by more than 3% compared to 2021. Of course, the more temperatures rise, the more people turn to their air conditioning. In Texas, for example, every 1 degree C increase in the average daily temperature above 24 degrees C drives an increase of about 4% in electricity demand. In India, where air conditioner ownership is lower, the same temperature increase drives a 2% rise. But this is growing rapidly, as it needs to, as Indian citizens gain access to essential cooling services. These extreme and rapid changes in demand have been destabilising power systems in many parts of the world, and that's likely to continue, at least in the short term. Since the global energy crisis began, governments representing more than 3/4 of the global economy have introduced new efficiency policies or strengthened existing ones. MEPs are one of the most widespread and effective tools for improving energy efficiency, and the global application to space cooling equipment has increased to almost 90%, so that most room air conditioners now have at least some efficiency standards applied to them. The challenge is to make sure those MEPs are applied effectively and are updated regularly. The impact of MEPs depends on their level of stringency compared to the range of efficiencies available in the market. We've seen examples where MEPs are set at the lower end of the market, and these could have little effect, except perhaps to put manufacturers offside. More stringent MEPs would have stronger impact, encouraging both production and purchase of more efficient models by manufacturers and consumers. Our analysis has shown that the strength of regulations varies widely between countries, even when the suppliers are similar. This underscores the need for international cooperation. But the most important point to take away here is that we don't need to wait. We already have the products widely available across most of the world that meet the needs of our climate goals. Affordability remains a key challenge in emerging and developing economies, and there's often a perception that more efficient air conditioners are more expensive. This misconception can often lead to governments holding back on the implementation of stricter MEPs. Through our recent analysis, we're finding that increased efficiency does not necessarily mean higher costs for consumers. For example, as you can see here, in Southeast Asia, the purchase price of a low efficiency air conditioner could be the same as one that is twice as efficient, that would halve the energy bill. Here we also see the effects of MEPs over time. Southeast Asia was the first of these regions to start international collaboration on setting MEPs. It now has the greatest range of efficiencies and the narrowest range of prices. Latin America is the next market to develop rapidly and has a similar range of efficiencies, but a wider range of prices, which we expect to narrow over time as competition increases and the transparency of these processes improves. Our next challenge is to drive the same outcome in sub-Saharan Africa, which, as you can see, has much more limited consumer choice. So how do we drive this market transformation? Having MEPs in place is only part of what's needed. Regulations must be implemented and be rigorously enforced as part of a policy package that includes financial incentives and information for consumers. Our MEPs, labels and incentives need to be designed to work together so that the incentives help pull the more efficient products through the market. Our MEPs need to be regularly revised to remove the least efficient products, and the labels help manufacturers distinguish their product and consumers choose the best ones for them in terms of both purchase price and running costs. So hopefully this quick run through helps set the scene for the session. I'd be very happy to take any questions through the organisers by email, and many thanks, and I hope you have a productive session.
Okay, so we are sorry that Melanie couldn't join us, but we are glad that she sent this presentation, and she did set a scene, and she presented the results of the latest report that the International Energy Agency prepared, and so there is a good news that there's many countries have MEPs in place. There is availability of the equipment that's higher energy efficiency in some markets. So market penetration is improving, but also we need to double the efforts if you want to make our targets. So these are some key messages from her presentation. Our next presentation was supposed to be by the MLF Secretariat on what is currently being funded under the Montreal Protocol in terms of energy efficiency, but we'll skip that for now in hopes that Balaji will be able to join us. So then we will move to the next presentation with, by Mr. Philip Danzinger from GIZ, importance of training of service technicians in maintaining energy efficiency of the refrigeration of the cooling equipment. Philip, you have the floor. You're welcome.
Thanks, Sonia. Thanks to UNEP for the invitation. I'm very happy to present the importance of training and certification of technicians to maintain energy efficiency, but also actually to establish it, because if the unit is super efficient but installed wrongly from the beginning, it won't perform, and if it's not maintained, it won't perform also. during operation. So just to start, I mean, we heard it. We always look at the emission side. So we have indirect emissions and direct emissions, and you can see 70% of the emissions of a cooling equipment comes from the indirect side, from the energy consumption, and therefore, I mean, it's very important to look at and enhance energy efficiency, but also to proper design, install, and regular maintain the equipment. And yeah, the direct emissions, of course, are also contributing to leakages, and also the refrigerant charge is quite significant. I will present in a minute. It relates quite strongly to the efficiency of the equipment. So basically, what we always try to do is we try immediately to leapfrog to energy efficient and ultra low GWP refrigerants, and they are usually also more efficient. So this is the green cooling approach, and we try always to promote this globally for the last 25 years. Looking at, I mean, we heard some data before from the US, but looking at the European side, we have around 52% of energy conservation options and they lie within operation and maintenance when it comes to energy efficiency. So operation and maintenance has the biggest saving potential. And of course, there's also others like the design, but also the loads of the equipment. But overall, according to this study on energy conservation options, O&M has the biggest share. A refrigeration and air conditioning or heat pump system can lose more than 50% of its efficiency due to poor maintenance, or that the equipment is not maintained over lifetime. And so it is very important that we have continuous frequent maintenance, and for that we need service technicians. Without proper trained technicians, we can have the most efficient equipment, but it will be inefficient. And so that's why the servicing sector plays a crucial role. Even if you have super maps and have super equipment, if the technicians are not trained properly, the equipment doesn't perform. And I mean, the study I mentioned before on the European market for air conditioning showed that, I mean, the refrigerant charge can account for up to 29.4% when it comes to energy saving potential. And that shows you, if it's too much charge of refrigerant, or in most of the cases not sufficiently, the equipment is using much more energy than initially designed. So this is the most important. And for that, I mean, many technicians, especially in the informal sector, they don't even have a scale. They just charge based on what they think that fits into the system, what's missing. And there we have to really be careful that the charge is always maintained at the correct level to ensure the efficiency. Another important factor is to clean the heat transfer surfaces and filters and replace them frequently. This is very important. But a lot of the air conditioners are just running and they're not getting maintained. They only get maintained when they break down, where they don't function anymore. And I mean, here you can see some pictures that a lot of them are full of dust and dirt, and how can they perform efficiently? So we need to have this. Ideally, it depends also on the country, on the level of dust and so on. But usually we say every half a year, at least every year, you need to maintain your system and clean the filters. And to ensure also the airflow rates, that brings 10%. I mean, the filters and surface and replacement of them brings up to 25%. And I mean, in the study, there's a lot of other additional energy saving potentials, but these are the the four major ones. Looking at the charge again, you see, I mean, when the system is initially charged, it performs pretty well. But then it's the first recharge, the second recharge, and the performance usually goes down, and we have leakages. So if the technicians are not trained significantly, and there's a high rate of leakages, which is contributing to direct emissions, but it's also contributing towards the indirect emissions because the efficiency goes down. And we can see, according to the A5 leak rates, up to 44% show a high leakage rate, and in the air conditioning sector, it can be up to 79% the leakage rate, the annual leakage rate, which is significantly, and this is based on data from HPMPs. I think it was 38 different HPMPs where we checked the various leakage rates. So the refrigerant charge is the most important. If that's not correct, the energy efficiency is down. There's a lot of other direct and indirect impacts on operational efficiency for AC equipment regarding installation, as I mentioned, maintenance, the building envelope, the operational. You can have a super equipment, but if you leave the door open or the window, the equipment is running full speed all the time. Or even the use, the temperature, I mean 16 degrees, 18 degrees, the unit is using a lot of energy and it's not needed. Maybe wear a sweater. So the user behavior plays a very important thing, but also the design. What we found out is that 30% of the units of the design are over designed for the cooling requirements. So they always say, no, it needs to be at least 18 or 24,000 BTU, although maybe 12,000 would be sufficient. But people always think, the bigger the system, the better. But then the energy efficiency is down. So looking at specific average indirect emissions, you can see and related to proper maintenance and the energy efficiency. So you can see that, I mean, you have almost 50% increase for most of the energy efficiency levels if you do proper maintenance. If you do not maintain, you see the efficiency goes down significantly, and this counts for all type of equipment. So what are we doing? We always say QCR, qualification, certification, and registration, is most important to enhance and maintain efficiency. And only certified technicians should be permitted to work on refrigerants, because only they know how to design the system, how to maintain it, how to keep the charge, the informal sector needs to be integrated into the formal QCR scheme to also ensure that the energy efficiency is maintained for all the equipment and not only for a small proportion that is installed and maintained frequently. So we have a lot of modules that are free accessible, and we advise many training institutes and governments on certification. But what also needs to be in place is a registration scheme where we have all registered and certified trained technicians be available. So if I look for a service technician, I can easily find one. And the registration system should also have some kind of ID cards. Maybe it could be even a digital card, barcode, that proves that technician has been trained on refrigeration, air conditioning, and also energy efficiency related topics. So here are just some examples of trainings we are doing in various places, regions in the Caribbean, but also in West Africa or in India, where we have trained thousands of technicians. So the conclusions are: formalized training and certification of technicians is a crucial element to improve and maintain energy efficiency. Given the high leakage rates in Annex 5 countries, leak reduction appear to and maintains the most effective measure to ensure energy efficiency, safety, and fully benefit from the cooling capacities. Up to 35% of unnecessary emissions could have been avoided already if skills were applied properly. obligatory servicing contracts for regular annual maintenance, like under the EU FGAS regulation, would be quite important. And not only to, I mean, we need to include the operators as well, and that's what we do in Europe. That there needs to be frequent service, that it needs to be documented, also the charge, etc. And also we should investigate more into the extended role of service companies and technicians to integrate elements of owner, consumer, operator education. I mean, we focus on the service technicians, but we need to focus on the user and the operator. Otherwise, if the user uses it wrong, then yeah, the efficiency is gone again. But my part was on the servicing sector. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Philip, for this presentation. I just want to inform people in the room that because there is a lot of background noise, you can actually use your headsets. Then it's going to be easier for you to hear. So thank you, Philip. This was a great presentation. I'll go back one slide. Thank you for kind of first showing numbers and putting values to, first of all, how much we can do and which activities can lead to how much energy savings. And then two things that you mentioned. So formalized training and certification of technicians, it's crucial. And GIZ, you presented what you're doing. Other implementing agencies of the MLF are doing similar things. UNEP Ozone Action also is implementing projects in 105 countries. So we do the same thing. We produce training materials. The latest one is the UNEP ARIA training manual that we produced. And also we have an RDL program, refrigerant driving license, that is a global qualifications scheme that tests and confirms qualification of service technicians. So these are some activities on our end, but also I would like to thank you for highlighting the consumers and the role of consumers and their behavior in kind of achieving this. And I think this is a very important point for the national ozone units to kind of direct their activities toward campaigns and information materials to educate consumers on how the equipment should be properly used. We have a question. Oh, you need a microphone so that we can hear you. Sorry, it's with the technician.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for the very educational presentation. And to me, it's not a question, it's more like a comment. I mean, to me, it's kind of like a brought up a problem, but not a solution. I mean, I'm from the US. I mean, after your presentation, I think the only solution is educate every single family house owner to learn how to maintain, but it's not practical. But I believe that obligatory service contract probably is a solution, but that's a need to solve from the country level. So I don't know what's the solution to that.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Of course, I mean, you can have a broader awareness. I mean, it takes time. We had different awareness campaigns on different topics, how to save water or whatever. I mean, the more pressure you have, if you have an energy crisis, I mean, there's an increasing demand of cooling appliances, and either we produce more electricity or we become more efficient. But I mean, if the service technician is already designing, installing, maintaining the system and telling the clients, the end consumer, please, you have to use it this way, otherwise you use double the electricity. Then you have the first step. So he is the direct contact. So if he is educated, he can pass that to the user. What we have in Europe now in the new FGAS regulation, we have obligatory maintenance, and this is crucial also because especially for companies, I mean for the individuals, but even for the individual heat pump or air conditioning, there is a record and they need to fill it out, and it's obligatory that you fill out, okay, when was the last service, how much did you recharge, what did you do, so you need to document. And with the new FGAS regulation, this is getting more and more enforced, and I believe there's also some penalties attached to it. So if you do not do it, or if the service technician is not documenting, he might get penalty if it's enforced. Of course, enforcement is another challenge, but I mean, we need to start somewhere. And we have gained in Europe experience from other sectors where this has been in place, and I believe it's a good start. But overall, I think there should be more public awareness also.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Philip, and thank you for the comment. I think we'll just continue with our presentations, and then we'll have time at the end to discuss more. So our next presentation is from Dr. Omar Abdelaziz from the American University in Cairo, ARTOC co-chair. So Omar will present the activities of ARTOC and Energy Efficiency Task Force and their main findings in terms of links between the Kigali Amendment and the energy efficiency. Omar, please.
First, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to bring me here and present some of the findings of our committee related to the energy efficiency and the links between what we can do as part of the phase down and phase out of ODS and high GWP refrigerants while improving energy efficiency, or improving energy efficiency while phasing out and ODS and phasing down GWP refrigerants. All right, so while is this the right one? Okay, sorry. So in modeling the possible future pathways for rack HP, we saw that there is a massive growth of equipment stock forecast, and this is driven mainly by the growth of wealth in population in warm and hot climates. We also saw that there is a business as usual scenario. The total capacity will grow by a factor of 3 between now and 2050. This will also grow faster due to the rising global temperatures, as we saw in the first presentation by Melanie. Without improving energy efficiency, there will be an issue because rising the stock by 3 times means that the power will grow by 3 times. That is not sustainable. This will also result in significant CO2 emissions increase, and as Philip mentioned, we are going to invest a lot in power stations, and we don't want that. So the parties to the Montreal Protocol asked the Techno-Economic Assessment Panel to produce several task force reports and assess the issue of energy efficiency, how we can do or how we can study this. So if you go to, let me see if I can. So if you go to the Science Panel website, to the Ozone Secretariat, you can see under TEEP, you can find, if you just click here, energy efficiency in this space, you can find all the reports, and they go back from 2015. So between 2015 and 2022, we produced about 7 reports studying the impact of energy efficiency while phasing down high GWP refrigerants. The main findings thus far have been that energy efficiency provides substantial added value in terms of climate benefit to the Kigali Amendment. This has been published several times, and we know that Kigali can provide 0.4 degrees on top of, as part of the point. Liazat says 0.5, so I wouldn't say otherwise. 0.5 degrees of the 1.5 degree we want to get. But if we get energy efficiency, we can even double the climate impact. Low GWP, high energy efficiency, rack HP equipment are available worldwide. So wherever you are, you can get, the technology is available. The problem is not availability, the problem is accessibility. If you are in Ghana or Uganda, can you get a 6.1 seasonal energy efficiency unit? As we saw from the first presentation by Melanie, the equipment, the high efficiency equipment are not available, accessible everywhere. So the equipment is available, but the accessibility depends on the market. All right, so how do we enable energy efficiency during the phase down of high GWP refrigerants? The Techno-Economic Assessment Panel suggests that the National Ozone Unit should coordinate with the National Energy and Climate Authorities. This is the first thing is, if we do not have this coordination, we cannot do the transition right. So we have this coordination on policy frameworks, avoiding the dumping. This is a very big issue, especially in markets where there is second-hand market opportunities. Also, as we mentioned, improving servicing, engineers, infrastructure, and training. And I kind of agree and disagree with Philip. Servicing is important. Trying to bring the informal sector to the formal sector is important, but using the same methodology in the developed countries in a developing country might not work, because the developing countries, they don't have access to cash, they don't have the same accessibility, and we need to make sure that we find solutions that work. If I am let's say in a developing country and I have saved for 2 years to put in my first air conditioner, I saved 2 years to put in my air conditioner, am I going to put $25 more to get a certified technicians? Probably not. So this is something that we need to think how to come up with ingenious ways to make certified and certified technicians work in the developing markets. Also, we need to focus on reducing energy use and refrigerant conservation. And again, this is part of bringing the formal sector into play, because if we can't measure the refrigerant, as Philip said, that if they come in and just open the cylinder, it doesn't work, right? They need to be able to measure how much refrigerant they put in. There needs to be some stringent regulation and enforcement. So the most effective tool is the bans on import, right? And we have heard the story from Ghana, and it's one of the most successful story. Ban import of inefficient equipment. Also, there needs to be development on some regulatory framework, including minimum energy performance standard. And I was happy to see the slide from Melanie with the significant progress on maps worldwide. Investment in testing to provide consistency, and there is a slide that comes on testing. Then this issue on education and consumer awareness, which is very important. And finally, reducing the investment risk, because I save a lot in a developing country to put in my first air conditioner. How can I guarantee that my unit is going to work effectively and efficiently throughout its lifetime? So minimum energy performance standard, there is an ecosystem for this to work. We start by setting the minimum energy performance standard. I have a unit that is good. I need to make sure that the unit is efficient. I need to certify the unit. I need to validate and make sure that the efficiency levels are maintained throughout the life. So basically, there needs to be what we call verification and enforcement, or validation and enforcement in the country. So usually the authorities should test units from the market every now and then. And in terms of certification of compliance, this is very important for the MAPS ecosystem. And there are two pathways: the supplier declaration of conformity and the third-party testing and certification. So I don't want to spend too much time on that, but it's very important. What I want to mention here is how expensive it can be to set up a lab. So in developing world, to set up an air conditioner lab, it can cost up to $600,000 in capital cost, and operational cost almost $12,000, plus staff and space. For refrigerators, it's again another $600,000 plus $4,000 for operational cost plus staff and space. So it is not an easy thing, and that means that looking at how we do the declaration, the certification and compliance is very important. Which pathway each country should select depend on the market size, and whether having a test lab is sufficient or is necessary or not. Now, to maximize the Kigali Amendment COP benefits, it is vital to tackle the energy efficiency with the phase down. And what we see here is the different pathways. I'm not sure if it's very clear or not, but if you can see the different pathways, the first one is basically making sure that everyone on the planet Earth will have access to an air conditioner, right? So even a family of 4 in the middle of nowhere would have at least one air conditioner running, maybe on an off-grid. And that means that by 2050, we will need around 17,000 terawatt hours. That's a significant amount. If we continue with the current energy efficiency practices, this will drop to about 13,000 terawatt hours. So with current energy efficiency levels, the levels that Melanie showed us, this would be the numbers. If we go with the current levels, which is the 2% roughly improvement per year, this is where we will be. If we employ passive measures, make sure that the new buildings will be built better than the current buildings, this will drop to 10,000 terawatt hours. But if we go with the highest possible energy efficiency, right, the number was around 120% what the net zero energy calls for, then we actually end up with less energy required in the cooling sector than what we consume right now. And this is significant, right? The pathway is not easy, but combining energy efficiency while doing the phase down is important. And the good thing is there is something called joint framework for investment. And if you are stopping the manufacturing line to do the conversion from high GWP refrigerant to a low GWP refrigerant, you might as well upgrade the manufacturing line and do the energy efficiency. So you don't have to stop the line twice. If you invest in R&D to upgrade the components and the design, you don't have to do the R&D twice. So try to minimize the investment cost in upgrading your unit and do it once. So again, the leapfrog slide that Philip showed, this is very important, and having two frogs at the same time, the energy efficiency and conversion. So this is another important slide because it shows the global peak power requirement. So the difference between power and energy is that the power is what is the size of the power plant, right? Whereas energy is how much energy will be consumed and CO2 emitted. And you can see here that so this is also, so you see that the global peak power requirement will be reduced if we use energy efficiency by up to 2 terawatts. Just let this sink in. 2 terawatts is roughly twice the power capacity, the power plant capacity in Europe right now. This is a huge amount of energy or power plant capacity. And this is an investment cost of more than $3 trillion. Now, if we look at the split in energy, you see that refrigeration and cold chain, refrigeration is roughly 30%, whereas cold chain will go to be 70% in the future. Right now, it's almost 50-50. But in the future, because the air conditioning becomes more important as the global climate change is going to necessitate air conditioning, we will have to be careful. All right. So I'll be careful. All right. So this is actually what I want to close with, which is the main finding from the report on keeping it chill. How do we maximize the achievement of the Kigali Amendment? This is looking at the emissions in 2050. On the x-axis is basically looking at different scenarios, and on the y-axis is the total emissions in CO2 equivalent in 2050. And we start by 2022. So basically, our baseline is 4.1 billion tons of CO2 equivalent. If we don't do anything, right? Nothing, like we grow as we are right now. Take our stock and just grow as we are right now with the current trajectories. We will grow that from 4.1 to 4.3, significant increase. If we add on top of this access to everyone, as we said, we want to have universal access, then we will only increase 0.6. Because by universal access, not every person will have an air conditioner. Every family will have an air conditioner, right? So it's not a significant increase. So the total, that grows the total emissions in 2050 to 9 billion tons of CO2 equivalent. And if you can look here, there is a direct emissions and the indirect emissions. And you can see indirect emissions are huge compared to the direct emissions. Indirect emissions are driven mainly by energy efficiency. So looking at Kigali, what Kigali does, shoot out for Kigali, right? Because Kigali reduces most of the direct emissions. And this is what the Montreal Protocol is doing. So it reduces from 9 to 8, significant reduction. Now, what energy efficiency does, it reduces from 8 to 6.1, because with energy efficiency, if we continue with the pace of 2% per year, the 4.1 in 2022 becomes 6.1 in 2050. Okay, can we do better? We can do better by, okay, I'm done. So basically, I'll just highlight the energy efficiency, 2.3 billion ton reduction, which means that by 2050, we'll have half the emissions if we can have better energy efficiency. Thanks, Sonia. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Omar, and sorry to asking you to leave, because we only have 12 more minutes, and then we have a great pleasure to welcome Balaji right in time and directly from the airport. He arrived to tell us about what the MLF is doing in terms of funding for energy efficiency. So I'll just go back to your slides, Balaji, and then if you can please deliver your presentation. Yeah, I should have done this differently.
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much. First of all, really thanks for giving us an opportunity to participate in this important event and on this important topic, rather. I'm sure already Omar and others have covered a lot of ground in this. What I do is I'll just specifically focus on where we stand as far as energy efficiency related consultations are concerned in the executive committee right now. Now, as you're all aware, energy efficiency is not a compliance obligation under the Montreal Protocol. But having said that, the impact that it can have, which has been highlighted by Omar and others, on achieving greater emissions reduction is well recognized. While it is not a compliance-related measure, there are several decisions that the Executive Committee has taken which have indirectly addressed, aspects relating to energy efficiency, not directly funding them. So there are several examples. I'll not get into those examples, but we can talk about it if there is a necessity. For example, a quick one is Decision 19/6. On HCFC accelerated phase out itself. There is a sub-paragraph which talks about better performance, and that's those kinds of things the Executive Committee has been doing. Now the discussions on how energy efficiency can be addressed while phasing down HFC is under very high priority and very high importance right now. A lot of decisions have been taken, particularly in the last 2 years, which I'll come to in the next 2 slides. The first decision that was taken, which is rather important for LVC countries, is Decision 89/6. This was in the context of HPMPs. It follows the Kigali Amendment consultations and the decision. Para 16 of Decision 28/2, when the Kigali Amendment was adopted, talks about funding support under HPMPs to LVC countries. So that decision was taken and consultations were happening. Due to COVID, the final decisions were delayed, but eventually funding was approved for HPMPs in LVC countries for energy efficiency while adopting low GWP technologies. The main areas that it covers ranges from training and capacity building, technical, certification type of support, institutional coordination, etc. But the key is it is linked to the HPMP. So the whole thing will fall within the HPMP implementation framework within the agreement, and that is the way the decision has been taken. Now, the support is based on consumption levels of HCFC. So during the negotiations, 2 levels of consumption was identified in terms of baseline consumption, and for those 2 levels, different levels of support was agreed. Now, this is another very important decision that was taken in the 91st meeting, which was almost a year ago, I guess. Yeah, almost a year ago. Now, here, the executive committee discussed a document relating to pilot projects on energy efficiency. An augmentable funding window of $20 million was agreed. And this is very important, where countries were given certain criteria and certain other conditions that need to be fulfilled while submitting these projects. And projects covering manufacturing and non-manufacturing activities could be submitted from the 93rd meeting, which is the next meeting that's going to happen 1 week down the line. Now, what did this decision do? This decision created a lot of interest among countries in designing projects while they are submitting their KIPs. Like the earlier one was relating to the HPMPs, now we are talking about HFC phase down activities. And this decision also has a very important linkage with achieving HFC phase down. So there are interesting projects that have been submitted. Many of them have already been uploaded in the Secretariat's website. Now, next week, there will be deliberations on this by the executive committee, and then we will have to see how we are moving forward on these projects. But what I can say is there is a lot of interest, there are a lot of activities. The activities are wide in range, and it's quite a challenging thing to analyze these activities and present them in a meaningful way to the executive committee. Now, this is the last and probably a very, very important decision. Relates to an operational framework for addressing energy efficiency while phasing down HFCs. It's a very comprehensive decision where the executive committee requested the Secretariat to present a paper, which we have written. It was rather a daunting task and a challenging task because we had to look at the KIPs, we had to look at energy efficiency, we had to look at various elements of how to address energy efficiency. We used expertise, and without those expertise, I can guarantee we wouldn't have reached anywhere, that I must say. And eventually we have come out with a paper where we have tried to cover a lot of activities that can be addressed under energy efficiency. Now, how this will be taken forward, where it will go, we'll have to wait for the executive committee meeting to conclude. We are really looking forward to what's going to happen next week on this. As the Secretariat, all my colleagues did contribute to this, and experts contributed to this. Some of them are sitting here also. So it made a huge difference in terms of developing this document and coming up with these conclusions. Now, if I'd request you to read this document, because it's not a small document, it's rather a long document, but it has a lot of elements which bring out a lot of intricacies and the complexities associated with energy efficiency, which is not the traditional HFC phase down way. So it'll be very interesting to read, and we are really looking forward to seeing how these discussions go from here. I'll stop here because I just wanted to focus on what we are doing right now. And before I conclude, I should thank UNEP, and Tina really wanted to be present here, but unfortunately, because of very high workload and work pressures, we had to decide on how to attend this meeting, and therefore I am here. I'm representing the MLFS, and thanks once again.
Thank you very much, Balaji. Thank you for being here, and thank you for presenting what's happening now. I think more is coming on energy efficiency, and we will know more after the XCOM that will take place in 2 weeks now, in 1 week now. I mean, I don't know, next week? Next week, okay. So we have 4 questions, and 4 minutes, and Liaison is already looking at me. So I will open the floor to quick question or two to our presenters, if there is anything. If not, may I ask one question, just in terms of, I think we don't have time for that. So I just want to say, okay, so we talked about the importance of training, and we talked about the importance of certification in terms of, achieving all the climate benefits with energy efficiency. And then MLF published, I think, almost a year ago, information material when they provided this number of 262 technicians that are trained and have been trained under HPMPs in the last 10 or 12 years. So there are training schemes in place. There are certification schemes in place. So for the national ozone units that are hopefully watching us also, how does those existing training and certification schemes, what is the relationship between them and the energy efficiency aspects? Are they already included in those, or there is additional work that they need to do to include, or they're partly included? So just a quick answer on that, if we can get, and then we will conclude. Philip, grab the mic. Yeah.
Okay. Traditionally, we, in designing our training programs under our projects funded by the Multilateral Fund, we haven't addressed as such energy efficiency. It comes as byproduct of the training. But I wish to add that training will not help much in achieving the results we wish. It should be also combined with mandatory certification. Without training, though you will be training technicians, but they will not practice if they are not requested to practice as such. So that's why we started to push very much in our project to go not for voluntary certification, but for mandatory certification. And I think we need in the future also to include components to monitor the practice in terms of enforcement, because you train technicians, you certify them, but on the field they don't do what you are expecting from them to do. So this will require maybe attention to the enforcement component, which is not part of our historical work on this area. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Khaled. And you had a very good side event dealing with certification and need for certification in 2 days ago.
Can I add just
Omar,
a couple of
yes,
things?
please.
So while I agree it's a byproduct to the current training, but what is right now, when you training or trainers or technicians on refrigerant handling and things like that, as Philip mentioned, they need to clean, they need to refill right and everything, which definitely helps on energy efficiency, as you said, byproduct. When we do energy efficiency, we need to train them also on how to handle variable speed drives or variable speed technology. We need to help them on controls. So there will be a specific type of training that they don't have. They will need to carry different tools that they don't have, and that is where there will be a different or additional modules that will be needed in the future.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I want to thank my presenters for coming and running to come here. I also want to thank everybody who came here to listen to our side event, and I wish you the good rest of the day. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Presenters.
So I need the slides and use the key, please. Are we going from there?
Where are we taking it? Outside. At the banner. Where are we taking it? Outside.
Yes. Hello. So we can start our event since we only have 1 hour. So live streaming is also on. You can sit for the moment. So just very quickly, that this event will address the banks of ozone-depleting substances and HFCs, the controlled substances under the Montreal Protocol, and whether this is a ticking climate bomb. So the Montreal Protocol has been pivotal in phasing out ozone-depleting substances used in various applications as refrigerants, like air conditioners, refrigerators, foam, fire extinguishers. However, the existing ODS banks, and by banks we mean the total amount of these substances still existing as stockpiles, contained in equipment and products not yet released into the atmosphere. And these potentially can represent significant hidden climate challenge because many of these ODS are also very potent greenhouse gases. So in this event, we will address this issue. We'll look into the scale of this issue, what measures, effective strategies exist for managing and destroying these banks to prevent their leakage into the atmosphere. And we will discuss also the linkages with the Paris Agreement and the Basel Convention. So without any further ado, I would like to invite our first panelist, Dr. Helen Walter-Tirioni from Technology and Economic Assessment Panel of the Montreal Protocol.
Good morning, and thank you, and welcome to our 10,000 viewers online. I will thank you, Liazad. You gave some very nice background around this issue. So I just wanted to put kind of the circle of how the controlled substances flow. So, you know, certainly as the controlled substances are manufactured or transported, there may be some releases or emissions from that process, and then during installation there can be some more emissions. And then during use, that's the active bank that Liazat was talking about earlier. And then at end of life during decommissioning, it can be quite an emissive process. And then there's the recovery, recycle, reclaim, and destruction. So step of things. And then these chemicals can be reused again and again and again. So there are chemicals that are in this loop and have been in this loop for decades. Halons and other chemicals that continue to be recycled and recycled and recycled for fire suppression and other uses. At the end of life, though, they can be destroyed, and since these chemicals have significant ozone depletion potential as well as global warming potential, radiative forcing, it can be quite beneficial for them to be destroyed by an approved process by the Montreal Protocol. So there is a significant inventory of these chemicals. It's largely in what we call maybe non-A5 parties. So if we think of US, Europe, Japan, Australia, what am I missing? Did I miss any? Non-A5 parties. That's where kind of most of these chemicals and inventories sit now. But that will likely change soon as those are transferred to the inactive bank. It can also be easier to collect these during that decommissioning end-of-life step. After they've been landfilled or moved away, it may be more difficult to collect them and make a decision as to whether or not to destroy them or to recycle them. Destruction is not mandated by the Montreal Protocol, except for HFC 23, and there is a reporting mechanism. So the Technical and Economic Assessment Panel, the Medical and Chemical Technical Options Committee, so the TOC, so the TEEP-TOC, 2022 Quadrennial Assessment Report showed that of the five most common ozone-depleting substances in the bank, it's about 3.2 million tons of substance, equal to 9.9 gigatons of CO2e in 2022. There's a rapid decrease of these ozone-depleting substances, these ODSs, equipment and products, as they're reaching the end of their life. And they're being decommissioned now, and you see the impact from a gigaton perspective. The active HFC banks, so HFC banks, in the RAC HP, refrigeration, air conditioning, and heat pump sector, which is the predominant use of HFCs, are about 2.8 kilotons from a substance perspective, 2.8 million tons. And that's equivalent to 5.5 gigatons of CO2 equivalency. So like I said, largely these banks are in the countries I noted earlier. They're coming offline and being decommissioned in the next years, probably through 2030s. And so we will see this opportunity, but also the final disposition of these chemicals. Certainly effective management of accumulated banks can be maximized by recovering, recycling, reclaim, reuse, and ultimately destroying to prevent potential releases, as well as to as well as reusing these chemicals limits the amount that has to be produced, and also minimizes associated costs with the destruction. From the RAC HP sector, as I noted, you can reuse these and help parties with their phase down targets. The replenishment task force report showed some challenges perhaps and tightness around the phase down and supply of HFCs versus the potential demand for them. Reusing refrigerants over and over again can help to ease that stress. About 6,000 tons of ODS and HFCs are estimated to be contained in that active bank, like we talked about, and it'll be coming offline in the coming years. We believe that there will be a peak of decommissioning around the mid-2030s with peak amounts in gigaton CO2 EQ in 2035. From a financing perspective, there's the infrastructure for servicing and waste management to support the management of end of life has a number of different approaches. You can see the regulatory approaches, their carbon financing mechanism, extended producer responsibility, early replacement programs, so white good, sometimes they're called white good incentive programs to replace equipment early, and then for energy savings and with requirements around recovery at the end of life. And then international cooperation through public and private sector partnerships. We were chatting earlier, there was some chatting earlier about maybe some transboundary issues around the movement of these chemicals that can be considered as hazardous wastes. And so they're subject to the Basel Convention, and so that is, if needed, ensuring that there's ability to move these chemicals may be something that needs to be considered so that they can be properly addressed at end of life. And now, for those of you who are unaware, not in this audience, but in our 10,000 viewers online, the Montreal Protocol phases down the supply of HFCs and ozone ODSs. So it phases down the production and the import, less the export. It doesn't mandate what's done with these chemicals at the end of the day. And so this has been kind of a growing concern and a growing area of interest, especially as the phase downs occur and this question around removing some of the stress between supply and demand mismatches. So some decisions were taken by the parties this past few weeks ago in Nairobi in the 35th meeting, requiring establishing the status of a licensing systems, so some data collection. Oh, you can't hear me? Yeah. Okay, sorry. Thank you, Eliazat. Sorry. Also, Decision 3511 is a decision around life cycle refrigerant management, asking for some data collection and analysis around the state of the available technologies to reduce leaks and recover, reclaim, and destroy, as well as any obstacles and challenges, the costs of climate and ozone benefits, and policies and incentive schemes. And also to ask, and I think Balaji will come and talk about the multilateral fund and that work that they've been asked to do, as well as to encourage parties to develop strategies and policies and activities that address life cycle refrigerant management, and ask the Secretariat to organize a one-day workshop in 2024. So that will be an exciting time to learn more about refrigerant and management. So with that, I'll leave you with some exciting graphs around the banks. This is from the TEEP, Medical and Chemicals Technical Options Committee, the MCTOC, 2022 Quadrennial Assessment Report. It shows on the left-hand side the actual tons of the banks of the ODS banks, and then on the right-hand side, this shows the gigaton CO2 EQ. And you can see here how it decreases over time. This equipment is coming offline and shifting over time. And then from the perspective of the RAC HP and foam sector, this is the timing that equipment is transitioning from active bank to inactive bank, presenting an opportunity and a decision point around how that will be handled. And with that, I will turn this back over to, are there any questions about this exciting topic before I move on to Laurent? Okay, it's all yours, Laurent.
Thank you very much, Helen. Yes. And actually, next presentation will be, thank you very much, Helen, for outlining the scale of this issue based on the latest scientific findings. And the next presentation is, as I was mentioning, actually not Laurent, but we'll listen from Cindy Newberg, who is a representative from the US EPA. But because she could not join us in person, she sent us a pre-recorded presentation or explain.
This is Cindy Newberg with the United States Environmental Protection Agency. And my apologies for not being in person with you all at COP, but this is an important slide event, and I wanted to share some information on how we are addressing banks of ODS and HFCs. Reuse of ODS and HFCs has been very important to our successful implementation of the Montreal Protocol and our domestic legislation. Our guiding principle behind how we look at this is to really think about recovery, recycling, and reuse of these chemicals as often and whenever we can. Destruction is definitely part of our program, but destruction has really been limited to contaminated or truly unwanted ODS. And we really have been focused far more on the recovery, recycle, and reuse so that we're able to ensure that equipment is successfully used throughout its useful lifetime. The authorities that we operate under, and I did want to spend a moment to explain that, is our Clean Air Act, our American Innovation and Manufacturing, or AIM Act, and the Montreal Protocol itself. And it's important because there are some differences, and I'll just highlight a couple of things that will help you understand the approaches we've been taking. And then the last thing I'm going to touch on briefly is on spurring development and the uptake of new technologies. So the Clean Air Act has a number of parts to it, and I highlighted two: our National Recycling and Emissions Reduction Program and our Motor Vehicle Servicing Program. It's under these two sectors of work that we have been able to really establish our recovery, recycling, and reclamation programs. And it's important for us because in the context of how we are thinking about ODS and HFCs, it's really been about ensuring that we are avoiding emissions. And with that in mind, this wheel is very complicated. I'm not going to spend any time at all on it. If somebody really wants to look at it later on, I encourage you to.
Oh, sorry. So just pause if you want to use these headphones. They're really helpful for the canceling external noise and listening to what is in the mic. So just continue.
So, but really what I want to under our more recent innovation and manufacturing Clean Air Act programs, we're really looking at the HFCs, and so we're covering things like certifying emissions that are under the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol. And we are thinking about three different areas of work: how we phase down production and consumption, how we transition. Now, under our more recent American Innovation and Manufacturing Act, or AIM Act, we are looking at the HFCs, the same 18 HFCs that are under the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol, and we are thinking about three different areas of work: how we phase down production and consumption, how we transition technology to new alternatives, and lastly, how do we think about reclamation? And what's interesting here, what I wanted to highlight, is this language that is in our legislation that says that we should be maximizing reclamation and minimizing releases. And this is just a quick visualization of these three areas of work, right? So EPA is phasing down, transitioning, and we are really seeking to maximize reclamation and minimize emissions. And under that rulemaking, we proposed a whole bunch of things, and this rule is very recent. We just proposed this, and we're in the process now of taking comment. But I just wanted to note these 2 bullet points. We proposed a reclamation standard, and I don't mean a purity standard. We already have a purity standard that says that HFCs have to be cleaned up to a standard that's 99.5% pure. But what we did in this case is we also went further, and we said, if you are doing this, you also have to limit the amount of material in something that is certified as reclaimed to be mostly 85% have been recovered material coming out of a bank. 15% could be new material, but what we mean here is that we really wanted to sort of set a standard that said you could not use more than 15% virgin HFCs in anything that you were going to designate as reclaimed. So really making sure the program isn't just looking at pulling material out of banks, but you're cleaning it up. You're not just trying to blend it with new HFCs in order to meet that very rigorous 99.5% purity standard. And then the second bullet point that I highlight here is something else that we've proposed in our domestic regulations, which is to require the use of reclaimed materials in certain applications. And this is both for servicing, but also for the initial charge. And we included things like residential air conditioning and heat pumps. We also included things like supermarkets. And again, this is the proposed rulemaking, so we're getting comment. Probably as we speak, people are developing their comments, and we look forward to kind of working through that. But from our perspective, we really think there's a huge opportunity here to make sure that this rule is doing the most it can to maximize reclamation. Again, thinking about that language that Congress asked us to consider in our rulemaking. And the other thing I wanted to note for folks is kind of where are HFCs coming from? Where can you recover them from? What you see here is the 2 largest wedges are unitary air conditioning and heat pumps, followed by mobile air conditioning. What's really important about this is as we think about these 2 sectors, a lot of refrigerant can be recovered and recycled. And this is really areas for which it's also not very difficult to pull the refrigerant out. And in many cases, these may be areas where the refrigerant is really quite suitable for recovery and recycling. It's less likely, I should say, to have been exposed to contaminants that cannot be cleaned up. And so, I think it's important that we think about that. And with that in mind, I also wanted to focus attention briefly on sort of this trend slide. We have been requiring reclamation of ODS for many, many years. This slide is only showing data since 2005, but we've had a reclamation standard for ODS in place since the 1990s. And what you see here in the blue and gray boxes is you see the recovered refrigerant that's being set for reclamation, and it's continuing. Even in 2022, you see that we're still cleaning up CFCs, halon, as well as HCFCs, and that material is still of value in the industry. And I think that's really important because from our perspective, again, we really want to see the reuse of materials so that we avoid any need for any kind of production, and also so we avoid any stranding of any particular types of equipment. Now in the green, since 2017, we've required reporting on HFC reclamation, and you can see those boxes are continuing to grow. And what's really interesting for us at EPA is for the first time ever in 2022, you see that we actually saw more reclaimed material, more reclaimed HFCs than ODS. So I think that's something that's a growing trend. And lastly, I noted at the beginning that we wanted to just touch base briefly on spurring development of technologies. what I wanted to do is just note that under the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States, so this is new legislation that covered a number of things. Amongst the things it included was a grants program for HFC reclaim and innovative destruction technologies. This is brand new. We actually just announced an opportunity for folks to apply for these grants very recently. And there's $15 million in this program. There are three funding areas, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but just to note the three areas we're thinking about. Two are technology driven, looking at reclamation technologies and innovative destruction technologies. And in this case, innovation could be something like a mobile technology. It could also be something where you're looking at perhaps a technology that is approved under the Montreal Protocol but has not been deployed ever. So we thought that that was something that we might want to consider in a funding area. The last one is really, it's actually the middle one on the slide, but it's the one that is not about technology as much as it's about how do we look at the market dynamics. Because we know there's a lot of material. As I noted on the previous slide, in those banks, we know that there's HFCs out there. How do we make sure those HFCs make it to the reclaimers so it can be cleaned up and reused? So that's the last area. Anyway, with that, I'm going to go ahead and thank you all for your time and attention. This is a link to our website, and really appreciate the work that you all are considering today. And I'm sorry I'm not with you in person. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Cindy for outlining all these policy options under the recent regulation related to the implementation of the Kigali Amendment in USA. And I think this is a very nice segue into the presentation by Laurent from ClimaLife, who will try to explain how he's trying actually to implement this in practice in Europe from European perspective and also in other countries. You can use that one.
Hello, hello. Thank you, Liza, for your invitation. The stick. I'll change it.
Yeah.
Okay. No, it's okay. It's running. You prefer? Okay. No problem. Okay, so I will try to, in a short time, explain the advantage for the reclamation. The reclamations, you have three wins. You reduce immediately the production and importation because each kilograms of reclaimed product, it's the same quantity on non-producer and or imported product, because majority of the refrigerant are produced in Asia or US and not on over the world. So there is a lot of importation, there is a lot of shipment, so you make some emission for the logistic, and you have the emission about the virgin product. So it's very important to reclaim the product because you reduce immediately the impact, environmental impact. Sorry. You avoid also the energy consumption because reclaimed product, it's less energy consumption than production or than destruction. All the refrigerant could be reclaimed, including the blends. It's very important to say that because a lot of people think that blends is not possible to reclaim it, and we know how to do. We reclaim the blends since a long time. Mono substances or blends is not a problem if you are a good practice for recovery. Today, it's more than 80% of the recovery product could be reclaimed directly. About the business model. Before speak about the business model, it's very important to know also that reclaimed product could be reused for services and maintenance. And you see on the previous presentation the quantity of refrigerant in each sector and subsector, but it's a global quantity. The number of equipment, if you take the number of equipment on the retail sector, for example, for refrigeration, It's a smaller quantity by equipment, but it's more than 60% of the quantity of equipment. So you have a socio-economic impact about the phase down or the phase out of the product for the end user, because often it's a small company, small shop, etc., and they cannot change immediately their equipment. So you can stop and ban the virgin product in some type of equipment, but continue to reuse the reclaimed product for the services and maintenance. And the time life for equipment are 10 to 30 years, depend on the application. That's why also reclaim is very important. And the business model for reclaim is based on the reselling of the reclaimed product. I give you the French example, what we have done in 1993. We took a voluntary agreement with all the actors of the sectors, end user, contractors, distributors, producer, government, to put a fee on the virgin product, to take back the waste to the distributor without charge to the contractor and to the end user. And we had also an incentive to promote the selective collection, because selective collection is also the key for reclamation. We had an incentive on the waste could be reclaimable. So there is a double interest for the contractors and about it. The double interest, it's we pay their job to recover, because there is payback with this incentive, and they can reuse. They have available reclaimed product for existing equipment. It's not the case in Europe. It's only in France. In the other country in Europe, there is an incentive for the waste reclaimable in some country, but there is no fee on the virgin product. And if the product is not possible to reclaim, the contractors have to pay for the destruction. But the business model is based on the resale of the reclaimed product. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laurent. If anybody has a question that we can clarify at this point. If not, then because I have a question, but maybe we can do it after. So we have now a presentation from another company that is operating from USA that focuses more on the destruction, proper destruction of these substances. So I'll give the floor to Tim Brown, please. You can use this mic.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me all right? It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Tim Brown. I am the CEO and co-founder of Tradewater. We are a certified B Corporation mission-based company headquartered in the United States but operating around the world. And our mission is to collect, control, and destroy potent and high-impact greenhouse gases. The gases that we are currently focused on include halocarbons, which of course is the discussion today, but also methane. We are plugging leaking oil and gas wells that are orphaned and that are leaking methane to permanently prevent their release to the atmosphere. But the company really started based on halocarbons and refrigerants with a focus on CFCs, ozone-depleting substances, which you obviously are all familiar with. And what we do is come in at the end of life. We are creating end-of-life solutions in order to make sure that at the end of life, when these gases are no longer being deployed, that they are destroyed. So we're focused on stockpiles of gases and also when these gases are being recovered but not reclaimed, that we provide an opportunity to get them destroyed. But the big question, of course, is how to fund that work. As we've been hearing, the Montreal Protocol is remarkably effective in preventing the production of these gases, but is really silent on their use and certainly does not provide an end-of-life pathway. So we are leveraging climate finance in order to pay for the collection and destruction of these gases at the end of life. So just a few images here of what stockpile gases look like. This is in southern Africa. It's actually in Zimbabwe. This is a tanks of recovered CFC R12 refrigerant that is in this particular condition with no existing pathway until we are coming to collect it and get it destroyed. This is stockpiles in Honduras from an importer that was no longer using this gas and had no use for it, so we were able to collect and destroy that. This is in Tunisia. This is gas that has been confiscated from illegal imports, but this is the condition that it's stored in, and we're working to try to make sure this gets collected and destroyed. This is in Thailand, and it is a very large project representing about 1 million tons of CO2 equivalent, also confiscated from illegal imports by the Customs Department that we are destroying in country in Thailand. Of course, there's other, besides stockpiles, there's the recovery of old material from chillers in large buildings that are being decommissioned and replaced. That is often a source of this material as well. So the solution that we are working on here is to get it collected and destroyed, and we're using carbon markets to finance this permanent destruction. And it's a sort of a cycle here that we're involved in, where we are identifying and collecting non-CO2 gases, these refrigerants that you just saw the pictures of. We work to permanently prevent the release of these gases. In this case, it is by destroying it. We then generate carbon credits, carbon offset credits, that are then sold to buyers, either in a compliance market or in a voluntary market. And then that revenue then gets put back into the program to find these gases around the world. And you would be surprised at how many gases are still existing. I think we heard earlier of 9 billion metric tons of CFCs that are still deployed around the world, either in stockpiles or in equipment. It's a lot. It's a lot of material to go ahead and find and make sure it doesn't get released into the atmosphere. And that's the work that we're engaged with, and the carbon markets provide an opportunity to do that. We're on the track now to collect, control, and destroy about 3 million tons of those gases annually. This is a map of some of the countries that we're currently exploring, and we coordinate quite a bit with the Montreal Protocol colleagues, particularly in-country national ozone units and officers who are knowledgeable about where these stockpiles exist. Oftentimes those stockpiles have been held for many, many years, if not decades. So those units are looking for solutions. They don't have the funds to go ahead and destroy that stuff, but by leveraging the carbon markets, we are able to provide that funding and make sure that those gases are ultimately destroyed. The offset credits get generated through the system of the carbon markets, and that includes using protocols that have been established by offset registries. One of the ones we use quite a bit is the ACR registry. We've done 68 projects with the ACR registry. Their staff is quite capable and knowledgeable in this particular project type that requires a third-party verification of a project. So they set out a protocol for the carbon benefit that's associated with this work. You do the project based on that protocol. You are subject to third-party verification of your work. At that point, you are issued a carbon offset credit, which then can be transferred to a buyer, sold, or retired. Again, we operate both in compliance markets where they exist, but a growing voluntary market is working quite well for this work. And we've done about 6.9 million metric tons of impact since we started it. We're about to do another destruction event, so hopefully maybe even by the time of the end of COP, it'll be 7 million tons, but it's worked out quite well in terms of its impact. There is an economic development opportunity here. Oftentimes we are buying this material from individuals or small companies that otherwise would have no incentive to get rid of it. They're certainly not going to pay for the destruction themselves. So we've invested about $40 million in that work to make sure that we can control those gases. Here are just some of the size of the projects. This is in Ghana, which was our first project we did outside of the US. It resulted in about 150,000 tons of CO2 equivalent benefit. These are gases that were held by an importer that no longer needed this material because there was no market for it in Ghana. There's also no destruction capacity in Ghana, so we had to work on moving that material. Actually, we ended up moving it to the United States. And the irony here is this gas was manufactured in the United States. It then moved to the UK to a distributor. It was then imported into Ghana by a merchant there, and then we brought it back to the United States to destroy it. So it's sort of a convoluted cycle here, but it ended up working out quite well. This is material from the Dominican Republic that was also owned by a merchant, a dealer in refrigerant. But again, we're talking about CFCs that no longer had a market for it in that country. So we were able to take it and bring this material also to the United States to destroy about 23,000 tons of CO2 equivalent. In Honduras, it's about a 61,000 ton project. This also was from a merchant, but this material was not able to move to the United States because of the Basel Convention, which required that we move it to a country that was a signatory to the Basel Convention, which the United States is not. So actually, this material went to France and was destroyed there. Our Thailand project, as I mentioned, is about 1 million tons, a bit over 1 million tons. This is being destroyed in Thailand, and carbon credits are flowing from this work and are currently being sold to voluntary buyers. However, it is possible that we could get this project to be eligible for CORSIA as long as there is authorization for doing so by the Thai government, and we're in discussions with them to make that happen, in which case these credits could be provided for use within the CORSIA system. So destruction capacity is crucial in this, and all of these projects meet the TEEP requirements for destruction to meet an efficiency rate of 99.99%. There's not enough facilities to do this work around the world. So we're certainly engaged in more conversations about how to increase capacity. But this work requires you to use TEEP certified, or facilities that meet the TEEP requirements, meaning we do have to move these gases around the world to find those facilities that are eligible to destroy the gas. One of the nice things about this project type relative to the carbon market is that the carbon credits that are ultimately issued are of high quality, and that is because we are destroying things. So it is a permanent removal of these gases. They will never be able to be released into the atmosphere, and that is really very important. Also, the additionality of these credits is very strong, simply because there is no mandate to collect, control, and destroy these gases. So therefore, the additionality of it ends up being really very strong. And that is what makes them effective credits and project types in the carbon market, which means that it is easier to start to leverage the climate financing coming from the market in order to do this work on an ongoing basis. So that is what we're doing to help address this problem, and it's been an amazing adventure that started with a little project in the United States and is now happening around the world, and we are hoping that we can continue to provide this solution and go after as many of these banks as possible. Thank you.
Yes, I think we will just have a quick intervention from Balaji Natarjan from MLF, especially on this point that Tim mentioned, that Montreal Protocol has been largely silent on this issue, which I hope you'll refute a bit. It's not a control measure under the Montreal Protocol because we control production and consumption, but it has been always on the radar of the parties, and there are a number of recommendations as well as activities that have been taken place under the Montreal Protocol.
Thanks, Liaza. Thanks for that introduction. Actually, a Montreal Protocol community has taken cognizance of the fact that these substances should be managed properly. We have, before I start my presentation, I'd probably want to let people know that we've been trying to see wherever recovery and recycling can work, wherever the equipment can be, wherever the refrigerant gas can be recovered and reused. We've been trying to provide support to the countries to adopt those activities. Now, specifically on banks of used and unwanted controlled substances, the executive, it's okay, no? Okay. The executive committee has taken a decision in the last year, in the year where we have, the committee has provided flexibility to Article 5 countries to take up activities for environmentally sound management of controlled substances. Now, this is decision 9049. I would like to highlight a few things which are in the decision, which could be of very great interest to people. First is, it allowed countries to have flexibility to put in these plans under their existing refrigeration service sector plans under HPMPs, which are ongoing. The HPMP plans are under implementation in many countries. They could consider including these plans there. They could also include them under the stage 1 of KIPS. So the decision allows them to include them, subject to a few conditions which are listed in that decision. Now, in addition, in the 90th meeting, the Executive Committee also requested the Secretariat to develop a criteria for preparing a funding window for developing an inventory of banks. See, at the end of the day, as everybody pointed out, we need to know how much of material is lying that can be recovered and managed properly. Now, in the past, we have had experiences where estimates were made, but the actuals were very different from the estimates made. That makes it very difficult, because then the business plan aspect that was referred to doesn't work. You do not know exactly how much quantities are actually going to be in your hand for managing, or going to going through whichever process in terms of making a viable business model. So the Executive Committee decided that the Secretariat should develop criteria for a funding window to the 91st meeting. I'll talk about it in a couple of minutes from now. In addition, the Executive Committee also decided to continue deliberations on management of these substances. So bottom line, a lot of action has been taken, meaning in terms of how to move forward, but decisions are coming. As time progresses, decisions are coming in. Now, specifically with reference to this decision, which is the one that I was talking about, wherein under the HPMP and KIPS activities relating to environmentally sound management of banks can be included, the 4 key areas were highlighted in the Executive Committee's decision. This came out from the paper prepared by the Secretariat, and the Executive Committee emphasized this. Those are inventories of banks and controlled substances, which I was talking about. That is very important. And then development of strategies for environmentally sound management of these substances, because at the end of the day, it has to be done in a very, very carefully planned way. Otherwise, these programs do not really yield the results, and it becomes a very expensive proposition too. Also, integration of waste controlled substances into national hazardous waste programs was also highlighted. This is very important, because in many countries it has to be put together. Only then the management of controlled substances, including the destruction, can be properly handled. And the development of business model with co-financing. This was also emphasized, which I think was highlighted by some of my earlier speakers, because at the end of the day, it's a cost, and it has to be translating to some business model which will make it viable. Now, following that decision of the executive committee, the secretariat developed a document on criteria for a funding window, which was approved in the 91st meeting, which was like last year around this time. In that, there were monies provided to the countries for developing a detailed action plan. First is make an inventory and develop an action plan of how you can manage that inventory. This is a very important thing. Countries can access these funds. Right now, the proposals are slowly trickling in. We are expecting more proposals to come in. And this plan has to be the starting point from where we can move further into how these activities can be finally implemented. Because once you know the inventory, once you have a defined action plan, then you'll have to see what kind of options are available for countries to be able to manage those unwanted ODSs and how these things can happen. So in parallel, there is discussions going on management of ODSs, but this data is probably going to be a very, very useful starting point for many countries. What we hear from our colleagues from the implementing agencies is many of these substances and blends, it's very difficult to recover and reuse them. That is one of the things that we have been hearing from many countries. Now, yeah, you're vehemently saying no, but I'm saying what we are hearing from the and there are people talking about various ways of managing that situation also. So we want to be very, very as the Secretariat, we are waiting for these data to come in. We want to see what they are planning to do, and then we want to be very carefully looking at it from the techno-commercial perspective, so that these substances which are in banks which cannot be used can be meaningfully handled. I'll stop here, and with the last word which Liazad pointed out in the beginning, not Liazad, maybe Helen was pointing out, in the meeting held in October, in the meeting of parties, there were decisions taken for moving forward on the ODS management of unwanted and unusable controlled substances. So we would possibly be seeing discussions on this in the executive committee in the near future. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now, since we have still 15 minutes, so we can have a discussion about it, if our panelists don't mind to come. First, I would like to ask if there are any burning questions from the audience, so we don't monopolize the discussion. And I also want to have a discussion, a chat between our panelists. Like Laurent already wants to comment on something. And I think it's exactly on the issue that I wanted to raise. How difficult it's to replicate this kind of business model in other countries. Somebody has a question to our panelists based on their presentation. Sophie?
Thank you. Sophie from the Environmental Investigation Agency. My question is kind of more a general comment and to get your thoughts on offsets in general being used in this space. Obviously, the main incentive and the main goal of the Montreal Protocol, of Kigali, of this entire conference is to reduce emissions overall, to accelerate the phase down of HFCs, of ODS, as quickly as possible. So I was just thinking, what are your thoughts on kind of relying so heavily on introducing offsets into this space at this point, when we're still quite early in the phase down of HFCs? Is it not creating kind of a perverse incentive for countries to not accelerate action, to max out what they're allowed under the Kigali Amendment in order to get the money from the offsets further down the line? So kind of what are your thoughts on that? I'd be interested.
Thanks for the question. The work that we're doing is actually focused not on HFCs, but on CFCs, which are fully banned. So I think that lends itself to the utilizing the carbon markets and offset credits effectively for that work, because those are the gases that we're going after, is those banks that still exist after the ban. The HFCs are a different matter, and I think that the notion of the sort of the perverse incentives around the HFCs is correct, and I think that eventually, however, as those bans take effect around the world, it presents an opportunity. So, for example, in the United States, HCFCs, where the full ban happened with those gases, I think it was in 2020. So that in the voluntary context, HCFCs becomes a good gas to go after from the carbon market perspective, along with CFCs. But HFCs are not quite there yet.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? If not, I will just give the mic to Laurent.
Yes, thank you. I have many comments about, and to answer to the previous question about dumping with carbon credits, I think is not the good problematic, because on the carbon credits there is a process, and you have to secure and traceability of complete offset of the equipment. So it's completely different. And I have a comment about the blends. I speak about French because Lysia said me 3 slides and 5 minutes, not more. I have not the opportunity to show you what we can do, and we are all on the 3 continents, and we reclaim the product everywhere, not only in Europe. And we reclaim all the refrigerant. It's a urban legend that the blends could not be reclaimed. I don't know why. I'm fight about it since a long time on the MOP and the OWG, because I heard the same thing, but we done it since 2008. And we have no problem on HCFCs at the beginning, HFCs now, blend HFCs, and blend HFCs, HFOs. There is no issue on it. To answer to Lazia about your first question before the audience, the carbon market, the reclaim market. I forgot to say something about the business model. It's depending also about the virgin price of the price of the virgin product. For example, at the end of the HCFCs in Europe, the price of the Asian product decreased a lot. And there are virgin product was below than a reclaimed product, so it was not possible to resell at this time the reclaimed product. So we take it in stock, and we are reselling after the ban of HFCs, and it completely impact about the virgin product price. And yeah. And to have a replication about the French model could be difficult in some of country, because it's at the origin it's a voluntary agreement. That it's a long discussion. But it's possible to have this voluntary agreement. It's all the actors could be on the same way. But the first step to put this voluntary agreement is to ban the disposable, because ban the disposable is the same job to send back an empty bottle than a full bottle with waste. So if the contractors have the habit to do that, they are more convinced that it's possible to change the business model and to change and to have an agreement. Second thing, in Europe, it's forbidden to sell the refrigerant to the end user. You have to register all your customer and contractors have to be certified, and it's also a key to have a possibility for the reclamation and resell the recent product, because you control all the data, you control all the flux of the product, virgin or reclaim.
Lisa, you talked about the difficulty of replicating this kind of around the world, especially I think for A5 parties where not as much refrigerant or HFC or foam blowing agent is used. Also, there may be, it could be very small countries or island nations, right? And maybe there's not a system set up for what to do with refrigerant, even if it's reclaimed. So some of the challenges that I see are there's a slowness to recovery if you use equipment for HCFC 22. So the last generation or current generation of air conditioning refrigerant versus the recovery equipment needed for HCFC 410A, the HFC version for air conditioning. And so people may give up, or they might think that their equipment is broken, so they give up on recovering because they haven't taken that next step and upgraded their equipment. I think, like I said, once refrigerant is collected, there's a question about what to do with it. And I think in my mind, kind of doing the work for the replenishment task force and looking at the smaller countries and how tight they may be on supply and demand balance, and the need for them to reuse refrigerant possibly, or consider reusing refrigerant. I do think that we need to have more information from TEEP to provide, to think about ways that could overcome those challenges, because I think that it will be difficult. It needs to be considered, and there needs to be some creativity to that, to maybe come together regionally, perhaps, as an idea. I don't want to make policy suggestions as a TEEP person, but those are some things maybe to think about. So.
It's not a comment. Thank you very much for the points that you made, because we are in the process of we'll be getting a lot of these plans. And when we see these plans, we'll look at them very critically on different points that are made, because what I told we're hearing is what we are expecting to see in the plans also. So we need to be very careful in reviewing them and not making wrong assessments. I'll stop. I'll leave it there. I have a general question to maybe Tradewater. Maybe you can answer this question. You had mentioned in your in the maps that you showed that there are very few facilities which are available which can achieve the high quality destruction efficiency, which possibly will make that a huge barrier, because like imagine a country sitting in some part of the world having a refrigerant that can be destroyed, but it's so expensive to go through the whole regulatory process as well as transportation, etc., to go to that facility which is probably located in some other part of the world. Do you think that's a major issue? If that's a major issue, is there a possible direction that people can look at to solve this problem?
I think it is a barrier for sure. I mean, there aren't a lot of enough destruction facilities distributed around the world, and of course, it's so important to make sure that destruction facilities meet the TEEP requirements that narrows the field. So there are certainly efforts underway now to sort of look at expanding the availability of destruction facilities, and dialogues going on with that in mind. The work that we've been doing is trying to identify where in the world there are facilities that meet TEEP requirements, and then it does make the requirement of moving material from one country to another a necessity, and that is very challenging, particularly if the gas is considered a hazardous waste or hazardous material. It's subject to the Basel Convention, which creates a lot of challenges in seeking permissions from ports of call where a ship will go to move this material. It just adds to the complexity and the time that it takes to get material to its end-of-life destination, and of course that increases the risk of release. So it's definitely an issue that needs to be worked on. Fortunately, there are really good facilities that do exist, and material is starting to move to them. We're able to get a lot of work done, but I think that there's definitely more opportunities to increase access to destruction capacity.
Yes, fully agree with that. Basel consumption, it's an issue because it's very, very long for to submit. But there is not enough destruction facility, but there is not enough also lab with a good practice and with a good standards. And sometimes we have some destruction facility or reclaim facility in the country, but there is no labs, and it's not possible to secure, to check, to have the complete traceability, to have the complete analysis about the waste, and that is also an issue.
I think, we're talking a lot about destruction, but reclaim is also very, very important. There's somebody here that is an expert in reclaim. Ruth is here. But I think that like the same questions are in place around reclaimed refrigerant. Like if there is to be regional movement of refrigerant for reclaim, how does that get set up? How does that get arranged? So something that we need to be thinking about as well.
Any concluding remarks before we close?
I'll just make a finer point on the good issue of labs. If you are going to destroy material, you need to send it to a lab first. But let's just say you're destroying the material that's being collected in one country. You're going to have to move that sample to a country where the lab exists, which means the sample itself is also subject to the Basel Convention. So these are enormous challenges and barriers. I'm glad you brought that up, Laurent.
Thank you. In fact, it's what I would say is we in the next XCOM, from the next XCOM onwards, we'll be very closely looking at these matters. The executive committee is probably going to be looking at these matters quite closely. We are actually waiting for seeing the data on the banks. We want to see real data, how they have been assessed, and where things are standing. Then probably we'll be able to come with a meaningful approach to how to resolve all the challenges associated with management. Thank you.
I'm following you about the data because there is some data about the virgin product put in on the market. There is no data about the recovery and after the reclaim. So traceability is very important about it. And to have a conclusion about the market also, it's some countries have not enough quantity to have a big facility for reclaim with all the substances, etc. But or destroy because it's expensive to upgrade some skin equipment or to have a plasma destruction. But reclaim is cheaper than the destruction and the upgrade of the different facility. So it's easier to access to a simple reclaim, not with separation of molecule, but a simple reclaim is easier.
This is one of my favorite topics, Liazat, because it is such a challenging and unsolved problem. And is it working? Do I have to eat it? Okay. This is such a complex and unsolved problem, and it has been overlooked for far too long. I'm very excited about the decision that was made and the opportunity to kind of pull together all the expertise to try to summarize that and think of creative options around how we might provide information to the parties to help them to think through their next steps for reusing refrigerant as much as possible, and then its appropriate end of life final destination. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much to all our panelists. There is a lot to say, as I can see. So you made my life as a facilitator very easy. So with this, we would like to conclude. Thank you very much. We were supposed to have a presentation also from, actually we have it recorded from a representative of the Basel Convention, but of course, because of the time limitations, I will put it online under the event, so you can look there to see how the Basel Convention, Montreal Protocol maybe can work together to make to facilitate your business and facilitate this trade. And also I want to note that tomorrow there will be another meeting event on life cycle refrigerant management from small, very low volume consuming countries perspective, an event organized by Micronesia. So it will be at this pavilion as well. And there we'll also listen to the experience of Japan, who has been pioneering this approach. Thank you very much.
People hear me? Well, I think we're going to get started now, as we have a lot to get through in the hour we have, so we don't want to start too late. Hopefully a few more people will turn up. First of all, welcome everyone to this EIA side event, and thank you very much for coming, and I hope you had a really good rest day yesterday. Probably not much of a rest for many people, but at least everyone has a little chance to have a break. This event is about securing additional greenhouse gas mitigation, emissions reductions through the Ozone Treaty, through the Montreal Protocol. And I'm just going to briefly introduce our panelists, the people who are at the front of the room here, so we don't block off the actual slides that we have. My name is Claire Perry. I'm the climate campaign leader at the Environmental Investigation Agency in the UK. We also have speaking Nicole Miranda, Dr. Nicole Miranda from Oxford University. We have Beth Porter from EIA's US office in Washington, DC. And we also have Ruth Ivory Moore from Hudson Technologies. I'm going to do a bit of an introduction which will sort of explain the two things that we're looking at in terms of these emissions reductions. But basically it is about emissions from fluorochemical production, and it is about life cycle refrigerant management and banks, just like the last event. So just a quick word about EIA. We investigate and campaign against environmental crime and abuse. As I said, we have two offices in the US and in the UK. And our climate campaign is focused on reducing emissions of these greenhouse gas super pollutants, so ozone depleting substances, hydrofluorocarbons, and also methane. We also campaign on the sort of wider cooling issue in terms of reducing increasing energy efficiency in the cooling sector, and we do a lot of undercover investigations into the illegal trade in some of these chemicals. So, to set for the context, we're talking about what is often described as the most successful treaty ever. There's a paper that's looked at the impact on global warming of the Montreal Protocol's phase out of CFCs, and we have they estimated that if you take into account the mitigation of increased ultraviolet radiation on the terrestrial biosphere's ability to sequester carbon, you have a total of 2.5 degrees warming already avoided by the end of the century through action under the Montreal Protocol. So that's direct emissions of the CFCs, which is super potent greenhouse gases with GWPs, global warming potentials in the high thousands or up to 10,000 or so. But you also have this impact that we've avoided disastrous levels of UV radiation. And then in 2016, we agreed the Kigali Amendment under the Montreal Protocol, which is looking to phase down HFCs. And we expect that to avoid another almost half a degree of warming by the end of the century, and even more if we combine that with efforts to increase energy efficiency. So as a climate treaty, this is already by far the most effective treaty, and what we're very keen to see is what more can it do? Because there is a problem in terms of continued emissions of these very potent greenhouse gases. So on the right-hand side there, we have an assessment of the emissions from the IPCC latest report, which shows, more than 5.5 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions every year are still coming from ozone-depleting substances, so CFCs, HCFCs, nitrous oxide, and F-gases, which is hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs predominantly, and some other kinds of F-gases. So given that we've phased out CFCs and almost phased out HCFCs, where are these emissions coming from? And they are coming from ongoing legitimate use in products and equipment. They are coming from leakage from old products and equipment, so-called banks. But there are also a lot of emissions coming from the actual production, fluorochemical production sector, from the processes used. And these two latter angles are what we want to explore today. So first of all, I'm going to hand over to Dr. Nicole Miranda, and she's going to talk to us a little bit about, modeling how refrigerants warm up the planet. Over to you, Miranda. Should I give you that?
Oops. Too fast. There we go. Okay. Hi, thanks for having me here. So I'm Nicole Miranda. I'm a senior researcher at the University of Oxford Future of Cooling program and an engineer by background. So today I wanted to talk to you about how we are reporting and modeling refrigerants in terms of their emission and their warming. Specifically, I wanted to talk to you about, about HFC, so hydrofluorocarbons, which are the orange dots in this chart. They're part of fluorinated gases, as Claire mentioned, so we also have their PFCs and the SF6. But the interesting part of HFCs is that it has a very long range in its lifetime. If you see on the y-axis, which is logarithmic, it ranges from 1.5 to over 200 years. So that's the time it takes to reach a natural removals in the atmosphere. But more alarmingly, the global warming potential of these gases ranges as well from zero for natural refrigerants, but from hundreds to thousands of that of CO2. So to understand HFCs properly, we need to put it in the context of that they are increasing by far one of the most fast increases in greenhouse gases. So if we don't achieve Kigali, for example, there has been predictions that they could reach up to 19% of global greenhouse gases by mid-century. To put this in context, this is actually answering to a huge surge in air conditioners and heat pumps and refrigeration used around the world. For example, there's been reported that 10 new air conditioners are sold every second till mid-century. So that is causing a lot of use of these HFCs. And because of the surge in cooling demand and its potency, they're actually posing a threat to the Paris Agreement. And we absolutely need to lower these emissions, but not only lower them, but also understand what is the impact in the atmosphere of this, of lowering these emissions, right? And as context, today we use CO2 equivalent emissions, right? And to calculate CO2 equivalent, we use GWP 100. Now, GWP 100 uses as a reference gas CO2, and CO2 is long-lived and therefore could be assumed to accumulate in the atmosphere. Now, this is a very different behavior from short-lived HFCs. And what we wanted to do is to calculate by how much is this CO2 equivalent embedded in GWP 100 is actually misrepresenting. So we took HFC 134A and a climate model called FAIR, and we looked at different emission profiles of HFC 134. This gas has a lifetime of about 14 years in the atmosphere and a global warming potential of around 1,500. What the model gave us was concentration, radiative forcing, and warming. Once we had that, we could compare it to the atmospheric response sorry, of CO2 equivalent, calculated again by that GWP 100. So in a first two scenarios, we measured a step change. So in a year 2000, we put it, you can see on the left side, yellow is a step change in CO2 equivalent emissions, and green is that same step change in HFC. The only difference here is that one is the pure emission, the other one has been calculated with that GWP 100. And that's what we input into the model. We get concentration, forcing, and warming. And if you look at the warming side, you can see that the green line, that of HFC, is so much more higher than the yellow line, the CO2 equivalent. So that means that in the shorter time, like within this century, we are not accounting for about double the warming of HFC 134. However, in the long term, and you can see that zoom in the final panel, CO2 continues to accumulate and continues to contribute towards global warming, but because of the natural removals, the short life of HFCs, it reaches an asymptotic behavior. So now let's look at the reverse. What if we reduce emissions? We took an 85% reduction, because this is similar to what has been established in Kigali. And you can see again here on the left, it's not now a step change, but it's more of a ramp shape. And on the right side, the warming is actually not being represented again by that yellow line. So as time progresses, the change in temperature, actually the rate of that change in temperature is decreasing. And in fact, that's really interesting, because by 2054, in that chart, we would have already reached half of the benefits of reducing that HFC. So that is within our lifetime, and that means that reduction of these gases can have really tangible benefits. Again, if you look at the zoom or the zoom out in that last panel, you can see that the green line reaches a more asymptotic behavior, and that means that CO2 equivalent, the yellow line, is exaggerating the warming, the benefit of reducing the emissions. So in the long term, we're actually not being able to reduce as much warming as we would have thought. So some key messages to take home is the CO2 equivalent is underestimating in two ways. If we reduce emissions, it's underestimating the benefits of these reductions. But if we increase emissions, it's underestimating the atmospheric warming. We're looking now at expanding this study to different HFCs, and preliminary results are saying that we're finding for another HFC error of warming by a factor of 17, and that's within the decade. So that's quite alarming in terms of not being able to capture these behaviors with the conventional GWP 100. Going forward, we would recommend that we continue to report warming alongside emissions reduction, and we would keep encouraging the cooling sector to be ambitious, to keep aiming to reduce their emissions, because with these unaccounted benefits, we could actually have a shot of staying below the 1.5 to degree scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. I should have said earlier, we'll take questions at the end, I think, so that we can get through these and organize our time well. I didn't realize they were still in there. Sorry. Are you sure? Okay. Okay, so we've talked about these ongoing emissions, and as I said, there's the emissions in the old products and equipment, which we'll be talking about near the end of the panel. But and of course, there's the existing use of these chemicals, which we are trying to phase out as quickly as possible. Obviously, the best way to avoid these emissions is to not use these gases in the first place. And we will be having a side event tomorrow, which will be looking at how we accelerate the Kigali Amendment and some of the most ambitious legislation around the world to do that. But we wanted to look at these fluorochemical production emissions because science paper after science paper has been alerting the international community to these unexpected, sometimes increasing emissions of certain CFCs, highly potent gases, which appear to be primarily linked to emissions of feedstocks. So these are the kind of chemical building blocks used to produce other chemicals, or byproducts or intermediates in a variety of processes used by the fluorocarbon industry. The Montreal Protocol's TEEP, the Technology and Economic Panel, said they did a preliminary report on this, that there are 24 chemical pathways likely to result in substantial emissions of substances that are controlled by the Montreal Protocol. And by substantial, that's more than 1,000 tons per year. And when you consider that some of these chemicals have GWPs of like 8,000 to 9,000, this is very substantial. And we have collated the most recent scientific papers on these substances. We believe almost 500 million carbon dioxide equivalent tons of emissions are coming most likely from really a handful of countries, a handful of companies within a handful of countries, maybe 15 or 16 countries that have fluorochemical production. We have a big table and we have a report available, so there'll be a link to this report which goes through each of these emissions, substances being emitted, which, I mean, I can barely read from here, so you're not going to have much chance from there. But the biggest one on the left, for example, is HFC 23, which is a byproduct in the production of HCFC 22. And these emissions are higher than ever, despite efforts through carbon trading to actually address these emissions. The next one is CTC, which is a widely used feedstock, and HCFC 22, which has this byproduct problem, is mostly phased out, but is being used as a feedstock chemical. We also have, for example, PFC 318, which is a byproduct in the process when you use HCFC 22 in the production of PTFE, which is basically Teflon. So these are all emissions that are not necessarily going to go away as we phase out all the ozone-depleting substances, because feedstocks are exempt. And the feedstock uses of controlled substances has risen and risen until the scientific assessment of the ozone depletion. I think this is a kind of a terrifying quote, given we know that there are all these emissions, that in 2019 a greater mass of HCFC 22 was produced in a single year than any other fluorocarbon in history. So this is a substance that, that generally people believe is being phased out. So I'm going to hand over now to Beth. We have this, these information that links almost more than 500 million tons, actually, almost 500 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions to this industry. Beth is going to talk about some really good work that they've done recently in the US that actually demonstrates these emissions coming from these facilities.
Hello, can you all hear me? I'm a little tall, so I'm trying to thank you so much for having me. It's wonderful to be here and to be alongside such great presenters. So as Claire mentioned, EIA US conducted an investigation on one of the sources of this mystery gap of these unexplained and unnecessary emissions. And we set out to do this in our own backyard. We also wanted to test a proof of concept about fence line monitoring to show that in companion to atmospheric monitoring and company reported data, it is important that we look at other levels of monitoring to get the full picture so we can understand the scope of this problem and how to address it quickly. So our team went out into the field using infrared spectroscopy equipment near fluorochemical production facilities in the US, and I'll get into more about what we found in a minute. But as you can see here on the left, this is our fun machine that we call the GasMet. It's our lovingly yellow backpack that often gets asked if it's a Ghostbuster costume or something like that. But that is our infrared spectroscopy equipment that we take around to the different fence line facilities. And the team is able to track the results as they're coming in on this tablet you can see up in the upper left to make sure that the baseline is correct, the equipment's working correctly, so we're able to assure that the results will be reliable. We also have, you can see here, there's a probe that the team attaches so we can extend this pole up 20 feet in the air to capture emissions. So that's sort of the level that we're talking about when we're saying fence line monitoring. So we went to 2 facilities to where we gathered data that I'll be sharing with you today. One is a Honeywell facility in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The other is Chemours in Corpus Christi or Ingleside, Texas. And at those facilities, with this fence line monitoring magical gas mat setup, we detected CFCs, HFCs, and HFOs at parts per million concentrations. Several of these that we found were not reported in recent years of mandatory reporting with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. So that's very notable there. And just to give a brief overview about how this works, we collected the air samples downwind of the facilities. As I mentioned, we were several hundred feet away, so tried to get as close as we possibly could and ensure that we were downwind the entire time we were collecting. This is to verify that the emissions are coming from where we think they are coming from, because wind is wind, as we kept saying during this investigation. And we would collect one sample each minute for 30 minutes at a time, and we did several samples. So we came back with many air samples of data to analyze. And the team then would analyze the infrared spectrometry waveform. So infrared spectroscopy looks at the interaction of infrared light with a molecule by measuring absorption at specific wavelengths. So you can see here on this little graph, the x-axis is the wave number and the y-axis is the absorbance. So the peaks that you see are where we're seeing these peak absorbance of along the wavelength at the bottom. So we use that to compare to known reference spectra of nearly 500 gases that were in the library that we used to analyze the data. So it's a bit like matching fingerprints. We look at the air sample and can see the flow of the air sample spectra, and then we can identify known reference spectra of the gases to see where the peaks line up. So we're able to kind of peel through the air sample by using this large reference data. So you can see here an example of this. This is just one sample to show you the reference spectra of the individual gases add up to match the sample. So you can see HFC 32 is the largest peak here. It runs alongside the red line, which is our air sample in this case. We also have 134A and 125 present. So these gases work together to make up the air sample spectra. And I should note for the air samples, we removed the ambient air. We removed water, CO2, methane, so we could kind of strip it down to make sure we're looking at the gases of interest. So here's an overview of the gases. I won't go in depth with this with you today so we can get to questions later, but I will be sharing the report so you can look at the details. You can see that CFCs that we detected are rising in the atmosphere, and so are their reported emissions. CFCs are not produced at these facilities, but we did find evidence of them in different concentration levels. CFC 13 was notably not reported for several years from the industry. We also found a suite of HFCs, some of which were not reported under the mandatory EPA reporting requirements, and also a few HFOs as well, which reporting is not required currently, although one could make the case that it should be. Up to 3.9 ppm was sort of the peak concentration that we found. And again, noting this was hundreds of feet from the facility, about 20 feet in the air. And this indicates to us that the actual emissions are likely very significant. And so next steps, there are so many recommendations that will be coming out of this full presentation, but I just want to drill down into some key next steps for advancing monitoring. The atmospheric monitoring paired with rapid and targeted emissions detection and localized monitoring is key. So one level of monitoring, just like there were limitations with the investigation we did, there are limitations with solely relying on atmospheric data. We need multiple levels of monitoring is what we found to really see the full picture so that we can pinpoint where these emissions are coming from and use the existing mechanisms to act accordingly to reduce them. And that for us, in this investigation full report, we detail investment in ground level monitoring, similar to what we demonstrated in the proof of concept, and also really innovative aerial monitoring technologies. So I kind of think of it as like a sandwich with the atmospheric and company reported emissions, and then we need to fill in the rest of the levels to really understand what we're dealing with. Also on monitoring and reporting mandates, as we found several of the gases were not reported to the EPA. So we think strengthening and expanding the existing emissions monitoring and requirements are key to this, including continuous monitoring and mitigation of all byproduct emissions. And as well as Claire indicated, adopt tighter controls on production emissions with mandatory verification from a third party and use of mitigation systems. So these are some key steps that we see to advance the investment in better monitoring so we can, again, understand where this gap in emissions is coming from exactly and act accordingly to hold those responsible for reducing those emissions. So I will, and this is me. The QR code will take you right to our report. I'm sure you are very interested in all the fascinating details of infrared spectroscopy after this little teaser. So please check it out and feel free to reach out to us with more detailed questions. And I will hand it back to Claire.
Thanks so much, Beth. So moving swiftly on, and then you will have time to ask questions. There's actually been a few side events here about life cycle refrigerant management, and there are more to come. It's a huge issue. We estimate, although really I think much more data is needed, but 1.5 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions are being released from improperly disposed refrigerants, in old equipment and in old products. And managing refrigerants through the life cycle is clearly very important, as I've said before, and we will continue to emphasize phasing out the refrigerants in the first place is the fastest way to deal with this issue. But nevertheless, there are already established banks of CFCs, HCFCs, HFCs, and there will be more. We expect another 61 billion tons of ODS F-gases will be produced or used by 2050. So we have to get our head around this. And we're very delighted to have Ruth here to speak to us about life cycle refrigerant management. So from Hudson Technologies. So I'm going to hand over straight away to her.
I can pull it down because I was shorter. Hi, thank you, Claire, and EIA for putting this panel together. It's also very important that I'm glad to have industry part of this panel because what we find is that we need all to be at the table. But first I want to give you a little bit of information about Hudson Technologies. This is not a sales pitch, but sort of is. But Hudson Technology was formed on the very basis of sustainability. The vision is to improve environmental quality and promote a healthier planet through the sustainable recovery and reuse of natural resources. As you've heard today, and as you continue to hear, that HFCs, as you know, are significantly higher global warming potential than CO2 in the short term. But what we do know is that we don't capture enough. And what's really happening with CO2 is that, not CO2, but with HFCs, a lot of it is being vented to the atmosphere. And what Hudson has done, to give you a little bit of history about Hudson, they started off addressing this early on for over about 30 years. The founder, Kevin Zuckerberg, realized early on the impact that CFCs and CFCs at that time were having on the atmosphere. So he established technology for reclamation. And you may understand, as we're trying to phase out HFCs, why is reclamation important? Reclamation is important because the life cycle of equipment that utilizes refrigerant is 10 to 15 years. As you're starting to transition to the new equipment, it will take a while for that equipment to reach end of life. So, and then to say that you're going to have entities to switch to, so when you switch from one technology to another technology, it is different equipment. So it's not like the industry can automatically make that switch initially. From an economic reason, it just would not be viable, and that will cause other harms in addition to environmental harm. So in developing technology for reclamation is important. So, but you need to recover. You need to recover more. And the reclaimed material that the refrigerant contains a lot of impurities. It can be oils, it can be air, it can be water. These things have to be removed. Another advantage of going through reclamation is that it improves the energy efficiency of the equipment. As the refrigerant is being used, it's collecting contaminants as it goes through the system, which is reducing the energy efficiency, which just means you're using more energy. So again, recovery is important, collecting it is important, reclaiming it. And Hudson does that, and we reclaim it and reclaim it to the AHRI standard of 700, which is equivalent to virgin material. And Hudson is one of the larger reclaimers in the U.S. In addition to that, to encourage reclamation, particularly with contractors, we do know that right now, when you look at the volume of refrigerant that's sold or that's used or that's installed in equipment versus the volume that is returned, there is a significant gap. We estimate that we're maybe recovering maybe 2% of that, very, very low. So to encourage that, we're trying to provide incentives. The incentives that we provide would be that we would buy back the refrigerant for recovery. We started doing this a while ago so that we're encouraging contractors that they can make money by contracting it, by returning it, as opposed to venting it. But addition to that, Hudson lives what it is preaching. That is, in 2021, we reached carbon neutrality for our California operations. And in 2022, we reached carbon neutrality for the other operations. And we have facilities in other areas, in other states in the states of Georgia and also in Illinois. The bottom line is Hudson's commitment to life cycle refrigerant management, LRM, is ongoing. It has ensured that over 80 million pounds of refrigerant has been recovered and reclaimed to AHRI standards. Refrigerant reclamation enables recovered refrigerant to be used and has reduced the environmental impact of new refrigerant because the carbon footprint of reclaimed refrigerant is lower than that of virgin. And we know that we're going to need this reclaim to meet the refrigeration requirements that's coming up. Globally, we know that by 2050, there's going to be an increase of 2 to 3 times as much need for refrigeration. If we don't recover the refrigerant to get to the amount that's needed, we're going to have a significant gap. We need refrigeration. It's not just a luxury anymore, but refrigeration is needed for comfort. It's needed for cooling. It's needed for keeping vaccines and medicines safe. And as you can see from this slide, just based on the AIM Act, which has been mentioned earlier, In 2024, we're going to see a significant step down in the production and consumption of HFCs from Virgin. We're going down to 60%, which means we're total have a 40% reduction. Then in 2029 is another 30%, which means we'll have a total of a 70% reduction. Then then you see eventually till we get to 2026, we will have an 85% reduction. And right now what we do have is that we do need to recover more so that we can reach those reductions so that we can have a smooth transition. The bottom line is that reclamation has a number of benefits. It has a market benefits. It allows system owners to support their installed base until their systems reach end of life, while evaluating the transition options that they will be able to implement. It helps bridge the gap in the supply during this transition period and creates maximum economic value for used refrigerants. It has significant environmental benefits. Reclaiming, recertifying, and reusing refrigerants reduces waste and reduces greenhouse gas emissions. One claim of refrigerant is one claim of virgin not produced. Reclamation enables recovered refrigerant to be used and has reduced the impact of new production. It is measurable and verifiable and supports a circular economy. The bottom line is that LRM is a great climate mitigation tool that supports not only the economic and environment, but supports healthy lives. The Cool Coalition comment made, we need cooling to keep our children healthy, vaccines safe, food nutritious, energy supply stable, economies productive, and environment clean. In warming world, access to cooling is not a luxury anymore. So I just want to end by saying that reclamation is key. We've got to get the recovery up as we start to transition to the new phase of HFCs, and that's where we provide a significant amount, we provide a lot of help in that area. And this is my contact information, and you can reach out to me at any time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruth. So you've heard the presentations. I'm just going to summarize a few of the recommendations. These aren't all our recommendations. You need to look in our reports for the many, many recommendations we have. But in terms of fluorochemical production emissions, I think you'll all agree at this stage a 500 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent every year from essentially very rich companies around the world who are producing these fluorocarbons is just plain wrong, and it should be dealt with by those companies. We need to strengthen monitoring, reporting and verification under the Montreal Protocol, but nationally, regionally. Scaling up investment in global atmospheric monitoring is very important. We haven't discussed it today, but there are some gaps in the global network, which means sometimes it's very hard to pinpoint where emissions are coming from. And the Montreal Protocol is looking at this, and the gaps have been identified. So we would like to see some of the funds under the multilateral fund to the Montreal Protocol maybe being used to help plug those gaps. We need to strengthen monitoring reporting in these countries. It's the work that Beth explained to you from the US. We could try and do that in Europe, but we wouldn't be able to tell you if the emissions we were detecting were not being reported or whether they were, because those emissions are not being reported, and there's certainly no transparency around any data that is coming out of those facilities. So we literally have no idea what is happening in Europe with these companies. So we need a lot more transparency around greenhouse gas emissions reporting, certainly in Europe anyway. We need to re-examine this exemption for feedstocks. Feedstocks, the production of controlled substances under the Montreal Protocol for feedstocks was exempted because it was believed there were no emissions. That is clearly not the case. It needs to be re-examined, and we need to ideally eliminate the unnecessary use of these chemicals for feedstock production in the first place. And this is something that the European Union in their recent revised ozone depleting substance regulation are starting to do this. They are starting to look at the uses of ozone depleting substances for feedstocks and whether we still need to use those particular substances. And if they find that they have alternatives, that exemption will no longer be in place. And yes, generally adopt tighter controls on production emissions. And then on life cycle refrigerant management, ideally we phase out as quickly as possible all of these greenhouse, the production and consumption of these greenhouse gases, and eliminating the use of all of these fluorinated substances, because the fourth generation of these chemicals, the HFOs, apart from the fact that it's their production where we're seeing emissions of CFCs and other high GWP gases from the production of HFOs, apart from that, we're talking about PFAS now, so we're talking about polluting our rivers, and there are alternatives which are non-PFAS, which are non-fluorinated. They're widely known and they're being adopted, but not quickly enough. So we need to eliminate those. We need to strengthen life cycle refrigerant management through the HCFC phase out and the HFC phase down. We would like to see the Montreal Protocol taking more steps to be the sort of global institution involved in the global governance of this, because that's what's been lacking so far. There are lots of initiatives, there are lots of good national initiatives, and some countries have strong legislation in place. We would like to see a much better global governance without making the climate pay for these. We do not believe that carbon trading is a solution to this. The carbon trading in the past with these gases with such high GWP has been, I would say, disastrous, with the HFC 23 example, for example. So we would like to see, for example, measures such as extended producer responsibility. These companies producing these gases should be taking responsibility for cleaning them up. One of the initiatives, having said we would like to see the Montreal Protocol take the lead in this, but a very important initiative that's been, I think it began last year, is COPA, the Climate Ozone Protection Alliance. We are a member of that initiative. Governments are invited to join. Non-government stakeholders are invited to join. And I think this is really trying to look at identifying the banks of refrigerants, finding regional solutions, and basically reducing these emissions, which are very significant in this decade of climate action. So, as a summary, multiples of billions of tons of emissions could be avoided through the Montreal Protocol, we believe. This is a treaty that works. Let's invest in it and do as much as we can. And we're very happy to take questions for any of the participants. I'm still at the front here, so please go ahead and ask a question. I don't know where the mic... Oh. Yeah. Yeah, do you want to come on? Sure. Ruth, would you like to come and sit up? Can you get the mic on?
Here it is, I think. Yes, Petter Nexø from SINTEF in Norway, and I totally agree to have better containment and better control, and also control the feedstock and so on is extremely important. But the final move will be to eliminate these substances, and there are solutions for most applications already, but it has to be taken into use. And of course, this is also a cost matter. But how to do it? I mean, in Norway, many years ago, I don't remember, 15 years ago, we implemented a CO2 tax, and then you implemented a tax on these substances multiplied by the GWP, and people very fast stopped using them because they were so extremely expensive. So the shop owners and so on almost went bankrupt when these were leaking out. Of course, in all countries, this is not an applicable way to do it, but to give incentives economically also to get the industry to move and change, because the alternatives are there. Of course, they have some challenges and so on, but CO2, ammonia, hydrocarbons, you can cover all applications actually.
Thank you. Yes, and we entirely agree. And I just do another mini advert for a side event we're having tomorrow, which is looking at accelerating the HFC phase down and some of the legislation in Europe. Recently, we have political agreement on a complete HFC phase out. This is the first time we've talked about hydrofluorocarbons being phased out in an important region, and there are many ways to do this, and certainly we believe that the alternatives, natural refrigerant alternatives, are there, and this is the most cost-effective way to do it, is to not use them in the first place. So and I think these incentives you talk about there are many, as well as carbon taxes. In Europe, we will have an allocation fee on the HFC quotas to make them more expensive to have the HFCs, which then brings more of a level playing field for the natural refrigerants and the new technologies.
Lindsay Cottrell.
You have to speak close.
Lindsay Cottrell from the Conflict and Environment Observatory. My question really is about the kind of gap and the uncertainty with respect to military use of CFCs and SF6, like using radar systems, because at the moment only 2 countries, UK and Japan, actually submit any data to the UN on their use of those materials. So how can you get that transparency better within the military?
I'm not sure I heard correct. You're talking about the use of ozone-depleting substances in the military. But sorry, it's a little bit hard for me to. Yeah.
Yeah, within the military. Yeah. But I was actually specifically talking about sulfur hexafluoride, so fluoride, so not so relevant.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know too much about SF6 on this particular instance. I mean, there are exemptions, for example, in the European Union legislation for military applications, but still consumption has to be reported. They're not exempt from reporting requirements. I think there is a big problem with transparency around this issue completely. One of the shocking things is if you actually look at the IPCC reports, because these substances have been controlled by the Montreal Protocol, there's not very much, they're not treated equally with CO2, methane, F gases. So you have ozone depleting substances as kind of an afterthought. Well, we think the emissions are about the same as F gases, but at the end of the day, these are very significant emissions that we're talking about. But there is a real lack of transparency, and it would be good to talk to you afterwards. Maybe we could thrash out some ideas of how we might deal with that.
So on natural refrigerants, and I'm really sorry I wasn't able to make the first half of the conversation.
It will be online.
Excellent. When comparing it against R22, an extremely efficient high ambient temperature refrigerant, what is the best alternative? And when you have a workforce that isn't capable of achieving a driver's license, is it a safe alternative?
I can respond to that, but I also did you want to?
With any refrigerant, you have to have safety measures in place. And that's within it, even with the existing refrigerants. You have to look at flammability, you have to look at all of that. So one thing that we couldn't get into all here is that there are ASRA standards, there are lots of standards that's out there. So you need to make sure that the equipment that you are transitioning to, number one, the equipment today that HFCs are used in, you have to go with new equipment for natural refrigerants. But to do that, you're going to also need to make sure that you're training the contractors, training the entities that are holding it from a safety perspective. So I believe everything can be done safely, but there needs to be parameters put in place.
So I appreciate the answer. I don't need a microphone if that's all right.
Well, it doesn't get picked up by the...
Okay, it doesn't get recorded. I appreciate the answer. So in this country, and for what I'm about to say, I'm not going to let my name tag be known. There are about 10,000 technicians. As soon as a technician can gain a driver's license, they become a cab driver. So they're no longer a technician. The training level that occurs is commensurate as a result. I found 1 recovery tank in 10 years. I found 2 recovery pumps in 10 years, or vacuum pumps. It's a pretty desperate situation, and it's across the region. So to make the jump to a natural refrigerant with someone who shows up in flip-flops, a plastic grocery sack, screwdrivers, and a broken hammer, and a refrigerant gas tank, what's the best alternative? And I know this is a tough question, but it's a Herculean jump if we say a highly flammable natural, coolant is the way to go. And I'm sorry I posed the question in such a harsh way. I'm desperately looking for an answer because I'm part of the advisory for some of this.
But I think what you have to do is address the training and in that country, as we all do, because the only option is a highly flammable natural refrigerant like propane. That is the alternative. And what we're doing in Europe, for example, with the new legislation, we are mandating certification and training on natural refrigerants for most developing countries in the world who are receiving money through the Multilateral Fund of the Montreal Protocol. They get funding to train service technicians, to train trainers, and all of this thing. UAE is one of the exceptions. There are a couple of countries that do not receive MLF funding through their choice, but certainly there is enough money in this country to ensure a properly trained workforce, and you can't dismiss the only climate-friendly option because they don't get their act together. I'm sorry to say that.
Okay, so second part of the question. If you make the switch to a natural refrigerant, what's the energy comparison in relation to something like R22? You have this?
It works very well in high ambient temperatures.
Patrick, so definitely I believe you can have the same or higher efficiency with natural working fluids. Hydrocarbons is equally good as R22. I agree that R22 is a good refrigerant, but it has other consequences. You can also use CO2 for many applications, also in high ambient temperatures. We are going to show that at 15:15 in this booth, so please show up. And then it's ammonia, which is used widely, mostly in industrial refrigeration, but it has 80% of the market or something. Which country are you from? So you are spending the time, I repeat, because otherwise it won't go on the recording. So you are spending the most of the time in this region. And that's what we are going to talk about India as an example at 15:15. So please come back and listen and learn. But of course, not to be flåsete, as we say in Norway. Training is, of course, necessary. But the HFCs and HFOs are not without risks either, and most of them are now flammable. And the decomposition products are HF, and I think you have had some serious incidents also in US with skilled people in that sense. So everything is risky if you don't do it properly, but you can do hydrocarbons with smaller charges very efficient. But currently we are a little bit limited on the charge to 125 grams or something. It's more like a lighter, so to say. But sorry,
So,
I used too much
Can
time
we take
here
back
now.
control of our side event?
Yes.
Are there any other questions for any of the panelists? Yes. No, thank you. But thank you very much. It's good to have a conversation. It's much appreciated. This is the panel. Yeah. Yes.
So Judith Evans, London South Bank University. I just wanted to respond to your point. I do understand the issue because I work very much with ACES Centre and other centres in Africa and India to develop cold chain, mainly for food and pharma. But the thing is that first of all, you have to provide training, and that's something we're very much focused on. But secondly, with smaller hydrocarbon systems, you can have removable units. You can then take them back to a central facility where they can be serviced and maintained by people that have really been trained properly. And you just drop in another unit at source. So basically, you no longer have a service engineer. You have somebody who is a delivery driver who's just been trained to very simply replace the unit. And that, for me, seems to be a really pragmatic, good opportunity for developing countries to be able to use hydrocarbons safely.
Thank you, Judith. Are there any more questions? We have time for one more if anyone has any. Well, are there any comments that any of the panel wanted to make?
I just want to say that we know that we have to transition from HFCs to different, right? To do that transition, though, you can't turn the switch off overnight. But what I'm also glad to say, with the question that was raised and other questions that have been raised here, I am glad to see that this COP28 finally put cooling as an agenda item. And I think that's a big thing that needs to be happening. We have got to make sure, because there are too many other people, particularly in the developing countries, who are depending on that. Cooling is no longer a luxury. If you want safe vaccines, if you want healthy environments to operate in, energy efficiency, which is going to reduce eventually global, you need to have the right cooling there. But to do that, we also have to stop venting HFCs. We've got to have a better way to recover. And in some of the developing countries, we don't have that infrastructure yet. So having it on the global stage is really important so that we can start getting our arms around this. It really is a huge number. We've been so focused on CO2, but we've really not wasted time, but we've let this get out of hand, and we need to try to pull it back now.
Thank you, Ruth. Does anyone have any other? I think that was a great way to close this side event. It's great to see cooling taking the center stage. Thank you so much for coming. We believe Montreal Protocol can play a huge role in this, and appreciate the support and coming to hear what we have to say today. Thank you.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow colleague, good afternoon. Thank you for your time. Thank you for coming to this side event devoted to stakeholder engagement to catalyze the National Adaptation Plan process. My name is Yassine Sharabi. I'm from Sultan Qaboos University. I'm supposed to be the moderator of this side event. We will start our agenda with the opening remarks of Mr. Seong Zhu, Deputy to Director General, United Nations Development Organization. Mr. Seong, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Yassine. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be here with you today. I take this opportunity to thank the Montreal Protocol for facilitating this open space for exchange, debate, and reflection as we accelerate action in our joint effort to tackle climate change. UNIDO is proud of the growing portfolio and the strong ownership with the Sultanate of Oman, and thanks the country for entrusting major items on their environmental agenda to our organization. We are committed to excellence, transparency, and ambition in their implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, even if the rise in temperature eventually slows as a result of more ambitious collective climate change mitigation efforts, climate risks will accelerate with every fraction of a degree because of the compounding and the cascading nature of climate-related impacts. It was only on 26 June 2018 that the temperature in the coastal city of Quraysh in the Sultanate of Oman did not drop below 41.9 Celsius over 24 hours. Of course, communities have to live with the climate change, and consequently, the climate change concerns every day as they increase in number and severity. Located in coastal areas, the population of Oman, as well as their infrastructure and economic activities, are more and more vulnerable to rising sea levels, saltwater intrusion, and more frequent extreme weather events. Distinguished guests, in November this year, the United Nations Secretary General declared an adaptation emergency and asked us all to act accordingly. Adaptation is a critical component of the long-term global response to climate change to protect the people, livelihood, and ecosystems. In addition to securing resilience, one of the greatest benefits of climate adaptation is a more productive and stable economy in the long term. Investing in climate adaptation leads to returns with an average benefit-cost ratio of 4:1. Parties to the UNFCCC acknowledge that adaptation action should follow a country-driven, gender-responsive, participatory, and fully transparent approach, considering vulnerable groups, communities, ecosystems. The Sultanate of Oman has made significant progress through the National Strategy for Adaptation and Mitigation to Climate Change 2020-2040. In collaboration with UNIDO, the country has now embarked on enhancing its national adaptation plan process through a Green Climate Fund readiness proposal aimed at strengthening the implementation of the adaptation component of the national strategy. Successful adaptation not only depends on government, but also on the active and sustained engagement of stakeholders, including national, regional, and international organizations, public and private sector, civil society, and other relevant actors, as well as effective management of knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, the success of stakeholder involvement lies not only in informing interested and affected people, but also in empowering them to act on the enlarged knowledge, to identify and reflect on ways and means to ensure that all stakeholders, including women, young professionals, and the business sector in the Sultanate of Oman, take ownership of the national adaptation plan process. An inclusive, collaborative process for climate action planning is as important as the national adaptation plan itself, as it builds widespread community and political support, fosters credible and strengthens the resulting plan. UNIDO has a strong experience and background in bringing together all stakeholders, including women and youth, in sustainable development projects, and stands ready to support the Sultanate of Oman and all our member states in their pursuit of resilience. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seong. And words of thanks, of course, for UNIDO for their support to the Sultanate of Oman for the implementation of the National Adaptation Plan. Now we're going to proceed with the presentation of Mr. Ibrahim Al-Ajmi, Supervisor of Climate Affairs from the Environment Authority of Sultanate of Oman. The floor is of yours, Mr. Ibrahim.
Good afternoon, colleagues. It gives me pleasure really to deliver this short presentation for you on the adaptation plan process in the Sultanate of Oman. And my presentation is it working? Okay. Yes. So the title of my presentation will be the Sultanate of Oman efforts on transformation from vulnerabilities to enhancing the National Adaptation Plan process. And I will talk into two main themes. First, impact and means of implementation of climate change at the global level, and then the Sultanate of Oman efforts on transformation from vulnerability to enhancing the National Adaptation Plan process. As we all knowing that the IPCC Climate Change 2023 synthesis report of the sixth assessment report published on March 2023 indicated several facts about the global climate actions, including the following. First, climate change is adversely impacting several development sectors, and including the following. The climate change, of course, I said it impacted adversely the several development sector, and that's not limited to certain region. It's at global, regional, and local levels. And widespread and rapid change in the atmosphere, ocean, and biosphere also have occurred, which is documented through the IPCC process. And human-caused climate change is already affecting many weather and climate extremes in every region across the globe. This has led to widespread adverse impacts and related losses and damage to nature, people, and vulnerable communities. Some of the climate change impacts include rapid change in the global climate, increasing temperature and heat waves, intensifying tropical cyclones, and that's in the first photo is the recent cyclone in Oman, which is flooding the whole cities. And of course, the dust storm is frequently happening in our area. Beside that, of course, there is a rising of sea level. And it also includes land degradation, drought, desertification, and loss of biodiversity. All these combined impact, having in fact several challenges to the government where it should plan and work very carefully how to deal with all these type of impact. Human activities, principally through emissions of greenhouse gases, have caused global warming. There is no doubt of that, and it has been confirmed by several reports from IPCC. With the global surface temperature reaching 1.1 degrees centigrade in the year 2011-2020. And global greenhouse gas emissions have continued to increase with an equal historical and ongoing contribution arising from unsustainable energy use, land use and land use change, lifestyle and pattern of consumption, and also production across regions, between and within countries, and even among the individuals themselves. Finance, technology, and international cooperations are three critical enablers for accelerated climate action in all development sectors in all countries, particularly for the developing countries, and this is very important and enabler support which they should need it in order to meet their obligation under the UNFCCC convention. If climate goals are to be achieved, then both adaptation as well as mitigation financing would need to increase manifold. And there is sufficient global capital to close the global investment gaps. However, there are barriers to direct or to redirect this capital to climate action. Adaptation to climate change, either planning process or through implementation, has progressed across all sectors and regions with documented benefit and varying effectiveness. Despite this progress, adaptation also has gaps and will continue to grow at current rates of implementation. The current global financial flows for adaptation are insufficient for adaptation options, especially in all developing countries. Now, the second theme is in transformation from vulnerability to enhancing the national adaptation plan process in the Sultanate of Oman. The Sultanate of Oman is working to achieve the balance between the socio-economic development and the protection of the environment in order to maintain the current sustainable development at all sectors. And the Sultanate of Oman adopted several national strategies for climate action, such as the National Strategy for Mitigation and Adaptation of Climate Change 2040, and last year it adopted zero carbon emission strategy by 2050 and an orderly energy transition plan. It also established the Oman Center for Sustainability and it adopted environmental policy for energy sector. The above-mentioned national strategies for climate action in the Sultanate of Oman are focusing on several initiatives and projects such as expanding renewable energy projects, particularly solar and wind energy projects, investing in mega green hydrogen projects, and implementing national campaigns for planting millions of local trees at all governorates in the country. The Sultanate of Oman is one of the most vulnerable countries in West Asia region to the adverse impact of climate change, with a high level of awareness and concern about global warming and its adverse impact on several development sectors. The ratification of the Paris Agreement on 24th April 2019 under the United Nations Convention under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change constituted a major step for the Sultanate of Oman in its engagement with the international effort to combat climate action. The strong commitment also to the long-term global goals was reaffirmed in October 2019 with the adoption and the cabinet approval of the national strategy for adaptation and mitigation of the climate change 2040. The above-mentioned national strategy established a framework for designing and implementing response measures to reduce vulnerabilities of communities, resources, and systems to the adverse impact of climate change in the country. The Environment Authority of the Sultanate of Oman and the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, jointly developed a project titled Enhancing the National Adaptation Plan Process for the Sultanate of Oman. And this project had been approved by the Green Climate Fund on 5th January this year. And at this opportunity, I'd like to thank, in fact, the UNFCCC, UNIDO, GCF, SQ, and other partners who are contributing for this effort and supporting the country in reaching all these goals. The main objective of this project include the following: enhance the national adaptation planning governance, coordination, stakeholder engagement, and capacity building for the national adaptation plan process, and identify and analyze information on climate change impacts and adaptation strategies. And third, enhancing climate information management system and capacity building. Fourth, aligning national policy and sectoral plans with adaptation plans and strategies. And finally, catalyze private sector engagement in adaptation initiative in the Sultanate of Oman. The NAP project in the Sultanate of Oman will integrate climate change adaptation into development planning process, resulting in low carbon, climate resilient development priorities and transition pathway. And also a project pipeline will be developed in 5 prioritized sectors as following: water resources, fisheries and marine resources, agriculture, infrastructure, urban areas and tourism, and in public health sector. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you, Mr. Ibrahim, for this concise presentation. Indeed, Oman is a highly vulnerable country to climate change, mainly due to the acceleration of the frequency and intensity of the tropical cyclones. Now we're gonna move to the discussion with the panelists. I would like to invite Mr. Ibrahim Al-Ajmi, the chairman of the NDA with the Green Climate Fund. Miss is coming. Miss Nan Halenda is in their way to join us. Miss Angela Wagner, Associate Program Officer, Adaptation UN for NAPS, United Nations Framework Convention for Climate Change, and Miss William Dugarty, Climate Change Adaptation Expert with UNIDO. Okay, now we're gonna start our discussion. After this, we have a couple of questions for each panelist, and after that, we're gonna open the floor for interaction with the panelists from the audience. My first question will be for Mr. Ibrahim Al-Ajmi. Thank you again for this nice presentation and focus and providing the audience about the brief about the impact of climate change and also the cornerstones of the NAP project that will be implemented with the support of GCF and UNIDO. My first question is about the role of the NDA to catalyze the participation of the stakeholders. What is your vision and what will be your strategy to have participant or to have stakeholders from private and public sector to enhance the implementation of the NAP in Oman?
Thank you, Professor, for the question. In fact, it's part of the government policy. It's part of the government policy. In fact, not only for this project, as a normal process that the stakeholder engagement, one of the pillar of the formulation of any policy or project in order to make the result of that project, successful. So we started, in fact, with the experts who are looking for the technical issues on the project itself, reporting, and then we involved representatives from government agency, from NGOs, from the youth, and from the women associations to participate in debating the document and having brainstorming on that finding out. And after that adoption, of course, then the government will take it into formal government approval process, where it have the first track to reach should go through the, let me say, the first at director general levels for all government agencies to review that outcome from the project itself. And if that would be commented or reviewed, again, we may carry on the second round of discussion and debate on those policies, document, or proposals. And then after that, it will go at the ministerial levels. If it will be, it might be either commented or debated or discussed, and we should modify the document, or it will be approved. Finally, after getting all these process of engagement from the government, private sectors, companies, youth, women's, and academia, at that stage, we will reach the final approval process where the Environmental Authority will send the document to the cabinet for final approval. This process, in fact, we applied it for even the first national strategy. We did it for mitigation and adaptation 2040. The same process, and that's applied for all, in fact, as part of the government policy for the encouraging the engagement of all the concerned stakeholders and related in this issue.
Yeah, you can keep the mic. Thank you very much. We understand from your presentation that the NAP is focusing on developing resilience pathway for 5 sectors: agriculture, water, infrastructure, health, and fishery. I think working with stakeholders from 5 sectors will have a lot of challenge. What is your vision to overcome those challenges and to have transparent and good communication with all stakeholders.
In fact, it is challenging, as you said, Professor. It is challenging because we are dealing in 5 important development sectors in the country at one time. It's not only sector-wise. The project is very comprehensive, and it should cover all those sectors. The thing that the government already have certain policies and plans at all those concerned sectors, but it is scattered among sectors and among stakeholders. Now, what we are planning is that whatever existing, in terms of initiative, strategies, planning, how to integrate into one government strategy document, which looking for all those sectors and taking into consideration all those finding fact from the recent IPCC report, which is the 6th assessment report, because some of those strategies might be a little bit old or outdated, where it need to be reviewed now under that type of process. But we are intending to have, at each sector, with having, team of people who are working for each sector from the technical point of view, as well as during the workshop, which will held it, after our national and international expert contributing to the reporting back on the finding out. Then we will invite them. We already, in fact, we did or organized 2 workshops at the national levels, where we invited the representative from the government agencies and the other stakeholders to debate the issue, and at least to be aware that the country is already started implementing this project, and we got nomination of those representatives, and if we need any type of information or assistance, we can assist in this regard.
Thank you, Mr. Ibrahim. Thank you very much. Of course, we understand that Oman has conducted their first strategy for adaptation mitigation to climate change between 2014-2019. Of course, that we learn from this process to overcome the obstacles that we can face in the implementation of the NAP. Now we're going to move to our second distinguished panelist, Ms. Angela. Usually we start with very traditional, conventional question: how can Oman profit from UN for NAPs, for their ongoing NAPs?
Thank you very much, and I'm very pleased to be here. Let me just maybe say a few sentences about this initiative. In the UNFCCC, we started this initiative in 2021. It's a response to mandates of the COP for international organizations to engage more strongly in support of adaptation in the countries. And we now have a network of more than 50 UN organizations, and UNIDO is one of them. And the way it works is that we receive requests for technical assistance from the countries, and we then identify those partners that are most relevant to help and launch the interactions. And we are also doing that here at the COP. And this initiative is targeting all developing countries, and we have been focusing especially LDCs and SIDS. And we invite countries to share with us their requests for technical assistance. And the kinds of support that are facilitated through the initiative are starting from simple requests that organizations can just respond to via email, or sharing of data sets and tools, but also longer-term capacity engagement or capacity building or engagement. And then also something that has been working really well is the review of draft NAPs, meaning a country census their draft NAP. And this can be at any stage when they think they would like to get some technical input, and we then share it with the set of organizations that are of relevance for their inputs. And we have had a lot of engagement there, and that is certainly one element. And otherwise, other areas where the excellent support of UNIDO could be complemented by others. I heard biodiversity, for example. We have the CBD that is part of the network. So, and also the IPCC Secretariat with all its sub-networks. So happy to see who can complement this support upon request of the country.
Yeah, thank you. My second question, in concrete manner, what are the benefits that was identified from your previous activity with other countries that can Oman benefit from it? in concrete manners means what is in concrete manner? What's going to be, for example, for example, access to finance? There any support for that or capacity building?
Yes. Many countries approach us, of course, also with this question of access to finance, and this initiative, UN4NAPS, helps countries get there by linking them to organizations that can help, for example, in the drafting of project proposals. So it is indirect. There's not a pool of funding that would be connected to this initiative, but it is activating what is already there in the system and putting the right people in contact, which oftentimes is not happening. There are many discussions in parallel, and through these interactions we have been observing that things can be accelerated because the right people are talking to each other.
Okay, my last question, how we can build this partnership for Oman? What should be done? If the government should submit a proposal, what's going to be the appropriate channel to build strategic partnership with UNFCCC?
Thank you. The process is very straightforward. We just invite the countries to send an email to unfornaps@unfccc.int with the national focal point and copy, so we know that it is coordinated in the country, and we then start to find the partner to work with the country, and of course in exchange and coordination with, in this case then, if that's requested by the country, UNIDO, to make sure that it's all well coordinated.
Okay, thank you very much. Now would like to welcome Ms. Nanhalin Zendila, Regional Manager of Green Climate Fund. Thank you very much for coming. And yeah. Of course, okay, now I think the GCF is well known as the first and the most important partner for climate finance all over the world. I think now Oman, they received support for many readiness proposals, and now they have an ambition to go for other big proposals, full project. My question, how the GCF can enhance this collaboration of Oman for access to GCF finance?
Thank you so much, Chairperson and colleagues, and thank you for your patience and tolerating me coming late. The walk to this place is very far, so I was seriously walking here. Thank you so much. Now, in terms of the GCF's programming with Oman, this has only been on readiness so far, but that is not the ideal. Oman has the ability to access GCF beyond just readiness, because that is not the intent of the readiness. Is not an end. It's something to prepare for something bigger. And we believe that in the next programming cycle of GCF, which is 2024 to 2027, we'll be able to work with Oman, one, to have an accredited entity for Oman, so that we strengthen national capacity, and also just benefit from the strength of national institutions complementing the work that is done by international organizations like UNIDO. So there is the need to focus on direct access to complement access through international organizations. At the second level, we want to use our readiness program not just for capacity building, but in the new cycle we are prioritizing working with direct access entities and the NDAs in particular to build a pipeline of investments. So in the new cycle, we foresee that we'll have a country program with Oman, a direct access entity, and then we can have a pipeline of investments enabling us to graduate beyond readiness. Thank you.
Okay, in the framework of the ongoing National Adaptation Plan, we expected that 3 concept notes will be submitted in the framework of this on this project. Now, how GCF can support Oman to make those projects comes to reality?
I think beyond just the work that is done within the adaptation program that we have at present, is to support Oman in preparing those concept notes to make sure that the climate science that underpins the proposed investments is sound. Also to deploy project development technical assistance to help the country develop a quality proposal, because this approach that will wait for a concept to arrive in GCF and start screaming that it is not of quality is not very helpful. We lose a lot of time in reviewing proposals. So we've learned as a growing institution that we need to front load our support so that the proposals as they come, they are underpinned by the right science, and we leverage readiness to do any analytical or empirical work that will provide the databases and the evidence base for the programming that we propose.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for coming to our event. Thank you again. We need to move to Mr. William. Thank you also. Mr. William, I think you have a long experience in developing national adaptation plan for several countries. We would like to learn from your experience how we can effectively engage stakeholders from the different sectors, mainly for the case of Oman, where we have 5 sectors target in this national adaptation plan project.
Thank you, Professor. So I think one of the first things I'd like to mention is what underlies Professor Yassin's question, which is a healthy appreciation of the role of stakeholders in developing a national adaptation plan. I think that's a really great place to start, and it reflects the fact that in this process, the Sultanate of Oman is interested in integrating as much as possible the insights, experiences, and lessons learned from the international community. I'm grateful that I have the opportunity to help them in doing this, having worked in the US, Canada, several countries in Africa, as well as in the Arabian Peninsula in developing climate action plans. So the why is clear because it's important. Get a common understanding what the issues are and what the challenges are. But the key issue is, in my view, it's the how. How to do that, especially with a complicated national adaptation process that the Sultanate of Oman is planning. 5 sectors, very different. But the core theme throughout them is the need to engage the appropriate stakeholders in coming up with solutions and strategies that, in the opinion of these national communities, will work in reducing the vulnerability of Omani ecosystems, buildings, infrastructure, health, to the future impacts of climate change. So in my experience, I've come up with six ways that we could think about doing that, 6 principles. And first is, it's really important to get to know who the stakeholders are. And that's not always an easy thing. There are communities within communities that are important to get to know because they have a valid and important perspective on these issues. And then in getting to know them, to sort out what are your expectations of these communities, what will be their role, how can they contribute to the process. Another principle that I think is really important is communicate, communicate, communicate. Be really well tied in with exchanges via email, phone calls, and what have you. The stakeholders should always feel that they are in the part of a process in which they are very important and they know what's going on. The third principle, and maybe this is the least objective, but maybe the most important, is to remember that the stakeholders are just human. After all, they're human beings. They come with their own agendas sometimes, and sometimes those agendas are revealed, and sometimes they're hidden. So it's incumbent on the project coordinator and the leadership of the process to kind of make sure they understand where they're coming from. Fourth, I think it's really important to have a plan, a roadmap of how to engage stakeholders. Is it going to be in large plenary groups? Is it going to be in small group meetings? How is it going to happen? And have something established that you can share and communicate with stakeholders that they can buy into. The fifth is to build trust. stakeholders, in my experience, respond better, stay engaged over the long term if they feel their opinions are being listened to and they have a trust, that there's a trust that has been built up with the planning process. And then finally, understand what success means. It might mean one thing to the steering committee, it might mean something else to individual stakeholders. Understand what that means, be willing to compromise, figure out a system to prioritize strategies and plans, and that I think would make for an effective stakeholder engagement.
Thank you, Bill. Already, you answered my second question before, which is the communication and let the how the stakeholder get ownership of the NAP's outcomes. I'm going to ask you mainly about the private sector for adaptation, which is, for example, not clear the benefit of private sector to be engaged in the NAP process, comparing to the mitigation project.
I think that's an excellent question because I think it's a lot easier for the private sector to see how they could become engaged on the mitigation side, because there are investments and profit to be made in switching to alternative energy technologies, for example, that could be sold on the market, can also reduce greenhouse gas emissions. It's less obvious to the private sector how they can get engaged with adaptation. So my starting point is whenever we can link up adaptation with mitigation, we should do it because there are a lot of synergies. So win-win opportunities. For example, one way to reduce in this part of the world vulnerability to climate change associated with water is the whole desalination technology. Now, desalination technology has some problems because there's a highly saline brine discharges that can hurt the ecosystem. So there are mitigation options for that, as well as, excuse me, ways to provide the energy needed, which currently is natural gas most of the time, by renewable energy. So that's just one example.
Thank you very much. Now the floor is open to the audience for a question. Yes, please. Can you use microphone? It's okay? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. The question is for Ms. Indela. Thank you very much for joining the panel. I'm just curious what, as a regional manager, your vision for the region is, like in what the Green Climate Fund envisions for the region. Are there any concept ideas or perhaps technologies that the fund would like to pursue? Just how do you imagine the region in 10 or 20 years?
This is a very big question that is not for me. So I'm actually a regional manager temporarily. We've just hired a regional manager. So because I knew I was warming the seat, I did not get to vision. But I can give you just a few elements that are important. My actual role, I'm the Deputy Director for Country Programming, and then the regional manager reports to me. But in the absence of, I am the regional manager. Now, in terms of our vision from GCF for our vision for the region, one, the Middle East and North Africa is one of the least served regions in terms of GCF financing. So the first thing we want to do is to reposition the institution in this region very strategically and improve the quality of our engagement. What you see in the level of low investments and just having only readiness in Oman is a reflection of the fact that we have not invested ourselves in the region. So before you even go high, you need to start with the basics. So I think in the region we need to get the basics right, position ourselves, elevate our engagement, and then, of course, build in incremental steps before we even take a long-term vision. So we are aware we need to lay the fundamentals, put the fundamentals in place, build the relationship with the countries, and establish trust on the basis of which we can arrive at a shared vision. But from a programmatic perspective, we want to elevate the status of our engagement and also our investments in the region. In countries where we only have one country program, move towards 2 and 3. In countries like Oman, where we pretend that readiness is the end, we need to move to investments. And then in countries where we have nothing, no readiness, there are countries like that. So we really need to get our act together as GCF in terms of the region and build forward from there. At the level of the vision, it will be shared because countries will put us in our place if we impose a vision. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And also following up your answer, I have another question. You mentioned that following up this readiness proposal is also GCF also welcomed the investment proposal in this region, but also especially in Oman. Actually, we do during the consultation process with the national stakeholders, we already preliminarily identified 2 potential concept nodes for full-size project for the investment in the future. One of that is early warning, capacity building, the whole system. And now we are working with the national stakeholders to develop the concept node. So we just want to know that in your opinion, according to the criteria of the screening of the pipeline projects in the GCF, do you think this one fit very well with the priority of the GCF for their future financial support in their country and also region? Yep.
Thank you. Before we go to the GCF priority, the first priority that takes dominance is the priority of the country. So if through the national adaptation process, it was identified that early warning systems are a priority for the country, our job is to align ourselves. So we'll very much be happy to work with the state of Oman to build on that towards a full funding proposal. So we fully support it because we are a country-led organization. We support country priorities. So this will work very well. But also at the level of our strategic plan for 2024, 2027, early warning systems are an area that we should prioritize because we can't always be on reactive mode. So there is a bit that we need to focus on front loading.
Thank you very much.
Question, which is related to Oman, could be extended to other country. Oman, it's one of the most vulnerable country. According to the UNDR report published in 2022, around $9 billion as damage over the last 15 years from tropical cyclones. But at the same time is considered as a high-income country due to the oil and gas economy. How GCF can tackle this situation? You are highly vulnerable to climate change, and at the same time you are considered as high-income country. How this country could be considered in GCF or in climate finance situation for the assessment for this country?
Is that it knows no high income, middle income or low income country. It just hits. So this is one area of work that cannot be approached through income classification. And in GCF, we do not use income classification to engage with countries. It is not a determinant. And in the case of Oman, it doesn't feature. And in the case of other countries that we work with, of course, you would appreciate from UNFCCC how we are guided. But climate change knows no income status.
Yeah. I have another question for UNFCCC. Already you have some country from Middle East that already they approached you for support for the NAP?
Yes, and we also, in May this year, we organized a workshop together with the government of Bahrain, specifically on the topic of NAP implementation, and many of the questions that we are discussing here were also discussed there. And that's one example. And we have facilitated meetings also with other countries from the region, like Yemen and Jordan, if we speak about the wider region. Yes. And may I just add 2 small short things. One is that we will most likely in April, the date is to be determined, have a NAP Expo that will happen in Asia. It is not yet sure which country, but please keep yourselves informed. This is coming up. And something much more in the shorter term, tomorrow we will have a UN for NAPS workshop, and I would like to also invite Oman if there is something, some sort of request for technical assistance. We would be happy to already start tomorrow and have a conversation with one of our partner organizations to see how they can concretely help. And of course, any other countries that are present, happy to. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Paula, any question from the audience? Or from the panel? Okay, my question may be, I think for the all panelists, you know that GCF, they provide for the NAP funding as one shot. We have one funding shot, which is $3 million. After that, what's going to happen? If we use these financial resources, what's going to be the situation for different countries?
So we have a revised readiness strategy that will kick in 2024 to 2027. So we are in this new cycle mode. You will hear me keep on talking about the new cycle. So in this new cycle, countries will have 4 million to access for readiness, and now we'll no longer do this piecemeal of funding proposal for year, but countries will work with us to develop a medium to long-term readiness proposal that covers the full 4 years, which should include both mitigation and adaptation. Once the country has exhausted the 4 million, the country can then indicate to GCF if there are adaptation needs that have not been met. And then we can work together on a specific proposal to build into what we already have in the country modality to focus on adaptation. So it's not that the support will go away, but it will be tailor-made, because what country X needs is not what country Y needs. So that's the approach we are taking.
There's no more question? No? Okay. Okay, maybe. Okay, if no more questions, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for coming and for your support. Okay, Bill.
A few takeaways that I heard in the presentations and the discussion. The first was the fact that one of the pillars of the national adaptation process that is ongoing in Oman is that it's very much focused on getting the input of people whose livelihoods are going to be affected by climate change. So we learned from Mr. Ibrahim about the structure of the process. It's fairly ambitious and sophisticated, and it's good to hear that stakeholder engagement will be throughout that process. Second, we heard that the UNFCCC is launching a new initiative that seeks to support countries in developing their NAPs. It seems like it's a very easy and straightforward application process, so that's something that's really a good development. We heard that the GCF is moving toward building upon the readiness funding that has been provided to the Sultanate Oman and moving toward more investment, bigger projects that take account of the lessons learned in the readiness program. And then finally, I think we learned in the discussion that this is an ongoing process that needs continual support, and it's good to hear that the GCF does not have any income criteria for the Sultanate of Oman. And I think, unless my colleagues would like to mention anything else, that's all I have for the takeaways. Anything else?
Thank you all of you, and wish you the best for the rest of the activity within COP28. Thank you. Would you like to take a picture? Yeah, well, you have to take pictures.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Institute of Refrigeration. So welcome everyone to our Clean Cooling for All seminar, technology cooperation lessons, challenges and opportunities for clean cooling transition. So today we are speaking about the future refrigeration in India. So this is Indi Plus program that is aiming to deliver clean cooling solutions in India, but also if you are here, and I'm much insisting to have some people here, it's also a brainstorming event. So we will have much interaction with the audience where we will discuss on how to implement transformative solutions to scale on heating and cooling resilience in low-income economies. So as you all know and you are aware about it, this scope is very particular. It is making a spotlight on cooling, and if this happens, that is there a good reason for that is that cooling applications, cold chain, are now becoming a critical infrastructure, and particularly in the global south because of the extreme heat temperature that we are achieving. So cooling is the solution, yes, but it's also a part of the problem, as we are now reporting that up to 7% of the global greenhouse gas emissions are associated to cooling. And as a business as usual scenario, and if any particular actions are taken, these emissions are expected to double by 2030 and to triple by 2050. So switching to clean cooling technologies, and what we are calling clean cooling technologies in our seminar is the use of natural refrigerants. And the emissions from cooling will decrease significantly, as well as increase the opportunities to provide access to cooling for all. So bilateral and multilateral technology cooperation are important to accelerate the transition to sustainable and clean cooling. And in this context, the Future Refrigeration India, Indi Plus program, is an Indian-Norwegian bilateral environmental cooperation project that aims to assist the Indian transition to clean cooling technology, applying ammonia, carbon dioxide, and hydrocarbons for a rapid uptake of clean and sustainable heating and cooling solution in HVAC and refrigeration sector in India. So, okay, I would like to invite Christina to introduce the Indi Plus program. But first, before your presentation, as we are experiencing some bad connections here, I would like to invite you, because as I said, it will be very interactive. So we will be asking you questions, hearing from you, and then communicating with our panel. So please scan this QR code. Even the panelists also, you can scan it, and you will be participating to the stock take. And there you will see displayed in your phones this image on Mentimeter. Please, where is indicated by the red arrow, please enter this code. 29 is this one. 29 16 66 611. And then you will find yourself on a set of questions. Just prepare yourself there. Don't ask any for now, because we will hear from Christina first. And then we will start this nice game. Okay. So I'm back. So Christina, you have 10 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Josh. And for the opportunity to be here and present our project. You can hear me all right? Yeah, yes. So my name is Christina Videll. I work at SINTEF. I'm a senior research scientist in Trondheim in Norway. And for several years, we have now had collaboration with Indian institutes and universities. And we have worked, for example, with sustainable utilization of food resources, how to improve the food cold chain, that is how to better preserve the food quality, but also to reduce food loss and waste. And within this scope is, of course, utilizing natural refrigerants in the cold chain, and what Joshua also has mentioned, the clean cooling. So this has now led to this project, which we are presenting here, the Indi Plus, or the Future Refrigeration in the plus project. It's a collaboration again between India and Norway. It's started in 2021 and it will continue until next year. So it's funded by the Norwegian Embassy and the coordinator is NTNU, the university in Trondheim, Norway. And we have several partners. You see here SINTEF, where I'm from, and others, IIR and several institutes and universities from India. And this is the big team that collaborates here. So the project objectives are to demonstrate application of natural refrigerants. So I have been working with the food cold chain, but it's not only for food, it's for heating, ventilation, air conditioning and refrigeration sector. And the important thing is that to develop this in India, so that it's not like we are transferring, just moving the solutions from Norway to India and installing them there. Now we are developing together to find the good solutions, but also to support the knowledge transfer and the skill development. And this is, of course, within the scope of the Kigali Amendment of the Montreal Protocol, Paris Agreement, but also this Make in India. That again, it's not something that comes from outside. We try to make sure that it's produced, manufactured, and assembled in India as well. And the knowledge should be there as well. To do this, we have several demonstration units. So these are refrigeration and heat pump systems with natural refrigerants, because if the end users are buying a system, they want to know that it works. They want to see it. It's not enough to see that here is a paper or here is a report that says this and this, or we have it in Norway, it works there, please buy it here. But they need to see that it works in their conditions as well. So that's the point of it. And sometimes coming with a new system can be quite expensive, and then they are not willing to take the risk and the cost of that. But with this project, we want to show that it is possible, so that it will be easier for the next vendor to use the system, or to the next end user as well. So we come with support to the vendors with technical assistance. That could be design, the installation, and the commissioning, etc. But we also get something back from them, from the vendors and from the end users, because they make the process data available, and they also make the systems available for training. And that's also part of this project, to make sure that others can come and see how these systems works. And together we are working on finding the solutions. And this is one part of the dissemination that we share with you, what we're doing, but it's also in other places, in India, in conferences there, we have sharing the results, and we have writing papers and other dissemination reports and so. Trying to get out to a wider audience, not only scientists, but everybody that's related. So this is a table with all the demonstration units. It's a lot of information in this one, but if you go to our webpage, you have seen the QR code. You can, I will show it later as well. Then you can find a little bit more information as well. So we have demonstration units for hotels, for school kitchen, for pharmaceutical industry, for seafood processing plant, and for fishing vessel. And they're all in different steps towards the final version here. So I will now slightly talk about 3 of these demonstration units. So not going into the P&ID diagram here, you can find more information if you're interested. But it's a CO2 heat pump chiller for a hotel in Goa. And the point of this is to have a system that simultaneously produces hot water and cooling, the AC. And that's not always, that's not very often the case there. They have the boilers to produce the heating for the hot water. The hotels needs a lot of hot water, and then you have some refrigeration unit providing the AC. But this does the one system that provides both. And the second example is the school kitchen. So there is an organization that provides food, every day for 3 million, or the mission is to do this for 3 million children every day by 2025. And already now they are serving more than 2 million children each day. So these school kitchens are located are in 67 different locations in 15 states. And one of these places, they have an oil fuel boiler for heating or cooking. And now this is going to be replaced with a CO2 heat pump to provide some of the heating. And the last example here is a fish processing plant. This plant is freezing shrimp in a blast freezer. And they have had HFC's system before, and they're now are installing a cascade system with CO2 and ammonia. And we have the two different companies that are trying this now. So in addition to these demonstration units, we have educational units, and these are with CO2. And they are located in 3 places. 3 of our partners in India have one of these systems. So it's IISc Bangalore. And these systems are a little bit adapted to the application. So in Bangalore, it's related to supermarket. In BITS Pilani, it's related to dairy industry. And in Kochi, it's related to refrigerated seawater. So this is how such a unit look like. They have been shipped from Norway to the location in India. And now they are rebuilding them to make sure that they are fit for these applications. But then they and during that, it's of course education for the students, and so we have both PhD and postdoc students, and also possibility for master students to be. But it's not only for the academia, but it's also for vendors or other local service people to see how these systems work and how to operate them. So they are then now in the laboratories of the partner institutes, and the aim is to support knowledge transfer and also skill development. So that was a short introduction to this project. So as a summary, the performance parameters from these refrigeration and heat pump systems will be collected in the project and will be shared as well. We have some theoretical models, but we will then validate them with the measurement we have. And there will be more training activities at the demo sites next year. And if you follow this QR code, you can go to the web page, and we will announce more details around the trainings at the demo sites and the educational units next year. It's important to share this with stakeholders. And again, as Joshua said, this foundation for future clean refrigeration for India and clean, we talk both about climate and environment. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Mark has a question.
I think, yeah, you will be sitting in the panel, and then we have, please have a seat. I can introduce the panelists, and then Mark, you can ask her your question. Okay? Okay, thank you, Christina. Please have a seat. I'm pleased to have INDIPLUS, people, representatives from INDIPLUS program, but also experts on clean cooling technologies. Peter Nukse, chief scientist from SINTEF. So for those who don't know SINTEF, so SINTEF is a leading Norwegian research institute, also one of the largest independent research organization in Europe. Christina is here from SINTEF Ocean as a senior researcher. Marc Chassereau, founder and CEO of Atmosphere. Please join the panel. Andrea Voigt, Global Public Affairs from Danfoss. Mr. Jayanta Chaudhry, Head of the Marketing Partnership and Training from the Alliance Energy Efficiency Economy. And Himanshu Dixit, Program Associate from CEW, to discuss about the opportunities and the actions to take for the uptake of the clean cooling. But for now, I think, Mark, you have a question for Christina.
Sorry, I think I maybe missed the last point. When are you sharing the data, and do you have any preliminary data you can share?
Yes, some data has already been published, I think it's mainly on the modeling and the theoretical studies, and it should be available on Indie Plus. And maybe there is a delay there because we had some, I think, at the ICR conference on Congress in Paris. But I think it's very important to share it openly and should be available then to be found in this webpage. Yeah.
What are you expecting in terms of performance for these different systems? Do you have any kind of goals, like targets that you think you can achieve? Because this is a huge deal, right? Yeah. Proving that natural refrigerants can work in India, then it's game over.
Yeah, I don't have any special numbers here on the top of my head, but I think the most important is to show that these systems can work very well and for the function that we are wishing for them. Yeah.
Yeah, it's working. Just also to answer a part of your question, Mark. Yes, we are starting having some results. It's numerical modeling, but also now we are at the point where we are installing the demonstration sites, doing all the commissioning work and so on, which take long time to get. But also getting people involved in that, like retailers and the specific stakeholders to be engaged, and that was a big work to do. That we need to recognize it's not only about running the system, but also because these people need actually to invest. We are not paying for the system to be installed for them. No, they are paying for the system to be installed. So, and it's not about money actually. The fact that they are investing themselves on this technology, it means that they are engaged and they do really believe on it. So, no. No, what we are doing there.
You need to say that it's really paid for by the locals, right? Rather than being
it is
sent over.
That's the point, because I mean we can bring some fundings, but at one point fundings will be over. So it's about really underpinning. I mean this sustainable. In clean cooling solutions and raising awareness of people so that they are convinced and that the country has the total autonomy when it comes to running this type of system. So we are very proud that we do have a good number of demonstrators and people from different applications like heat pump solutions, philanthropic now associations. They are investing that kitchen. They are investing and they are turning, actually, they are extending their ammonia system into an ammonia CO2 system, to achieve minus 50 degrees Celsius. And it shows that supermarkets are there, hotels are there, kitchens are there. So different application. And for us, only this is a win. But okay, I think I'm here to ask questions, not to answer questions. Okay, but anyways, thank you very much, Mark, for probably we should have raised this point before. Okay, so Christina, if I may ask you a question. So you have been much involved in Indie Plus, and you have also prior experience with Indie Plus. What are your the lessons that you took from Indie Plus, and what are the main opportunities and the challenges that you have been experienced so far?
I think it has been very, very interesting to have this collaboration over the year, and I see that there are many similarities. And you may not think that Norway is a very small country far in the north, and India a very large country in the south. But when it comes to refrigeration, we see that we kind of, at least those that we are talking with, have the same goals, and that makes it much easier to work forward. And another thing that is a similarity is that of course we need education, but you would think that in Norway it's 5 million people, so if you don't have enough people to do what we do, then you can understand it. But India is a very large country. You thought that you have a lot of people, but even there you also need to have more skilled people within this area. So this education is very important to find people to operate the system and so on. And then describing this and showing them is very important. Yeah.
Thank you, Christina. So we know that natural refrigerants is a business as usual in Norway and Scandinavian countries in general, right? If I can turn to Himanshu, and if I can ask you about, just to link with Christina, about the public perception in India about natural refrigerants.
Thank you.
Or the market acceptance, I would say, yeah.
Is it working?
Yes, it is.
So, I mean, it varies, basically, the perception. It depends on, which segment you're looking at. In certain segments of cooling, such as deep freezers, and commercial refrigerators, people do not have an issue with using natural refrigerants. They're already using isobutane R600, and NH3 ammonia. But when it comes to certain other segments like air conditioners, for example, yes, the perception is not very good. And I mean, it's to some degree it's true, and to some degree it's manufactured as well. And most of the concerns are around safety, right? And why is that a concern? Because the servicing sector in India is, fairly informal. People do not get adequate trainings, baseline trainings, and that, then loops back to the manufacturers who say that we are going to lose brand value, we are going to, have reputational issues if something goes wrong. So they don't take it up.
So, yeah.
But that is just air conditioners. But I think there is a lot of value in driving the case in other segments, commercial refrigeration and the work that Indie Plus is doing, for instance. I think these pockets need to be tapped into aggressively, and basically all of it should be based on natural refrigerants and not HFCs. That's my
Okay,
my
thank
view.
you for the insight, Himanshu. So probably if we can turn to our audience, and I'm going to test your knowledge on natural refrigerants so that we can link also with the panel if you have any questions. So if you go back to so the QR code that you have been scanning, Christina was not able to put it, and you will find the first question. I would like to test your knowledge, your culture about clean cooling technologies using, or as our GIZ friends call it, green cooling technologies. So so if you can have, everyone has scanned this QR code?
No, it's not that one.
No, not that one. No, just a second, please. So, so we go back to the QR code, this one, and please try to enter this code so that you are able to answer our questions, and you will see your answers displayed. Yeah, here. Okay? Okay, great. So we go back to Mentimeter, so the first slide. Okay, so the first question is, name 2 advantages of using natural refrigerants. What can be the main drivers for us? What can push us to use natural refrigerants? So please, you will see that you have 2 options to answer. So please include 2 answers. And let's see. The first, the first answers. So let's see, I hope it will pop out. The connections here is not that perfect, so let's see. Yeah. But then we have plan B. It's running. Yeah, it's turning. So let's wait a little bit more. The code, it's all, it's at the top. Okay, but okay, we will not wait for ages. Probably if we can, pop out here, give some answers. You don't need to raise your hand. Please say, Judith. Low GWP. Katarina. The question is, name 1 or 2 advantages of using natural refrigerants. No PFAS. Yes, that's good. So we all know that natural refrigerants are not concerned by any regulation. No PFAS, no F-gas, nothing. Yeah, okay. No, it's not. Okay, we are not connected. The connection has went. We are sorry. So we need to improvise. Okay. Yes, Philip. High energy efficiency, good thermodynamics. Yeah. What else? Yes, please. A team. Avoiding? Sorry? What did you say? Yes, Mark. Yes.
Meaning that as these systems, we use more and more of these systems, they leak more and more, because the world's getting warmer, so we're going to use more and more cooling
Yes, yes. Yeah. So we are using low. And okay. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. I was not expecting that answer. Yes, please. Yes. Okay. Great. So if I can, yes, Mark. Yes, of course. Sorry. Nope. Yeah. I love the No, okay, great. Now, oh, it's popping out. Okay, so low GWP. Okay, and we have aerosol reduction, future ready. Okay, I like this future ready, environmental, sustainable, no PFAS. I know who is saying no PFAS, sustainability, but I think we do have all the common understanding here. So, Mark? Yes, please. But where is the microphone?
I added ultra low in 20-year GWP, which is real GWP.
Yeah.
100 years misleading, 20 years real GWP, and naturals are the only ones that are PFAS free, patent free, and efficient and ultra low GWP.
Yes.
Game over.
Yeah. You said it all, I think. Okay, now 2 challenges. If you go to the next question, then you will see it displayed in your screen. The next question is name 2 barriers. So for those who say no, natural refrigerants are not okay, they are not efficient in warm climates, we have troubles. So what do you think are the 2 main barriers, yeah, that are blocking or stopping natural refrigerants? Awareness, yes, this is very good. Cost, okay, I will come back to this one, yes. Safety, good, yes, what is? Training, education, skills. Bo, business, yeah, business as usual. What else? Kemu, okay. Honeywell, okay. I know, I think I know who made this. Okay, chemical industry, okay. So same again, I do think we have all the common understanding. So safety, a lot on the practice, actually, the safety, the cost, yeah, affordability, whereas chemical industry, skills and awareness. Okay, and here probably it's good to link to you, Peter, our chief scientist in SINTEF, much experience on natural refrigerants.
Yes.
So Peter, yeah, much is being said now, like for example, on when using CO2, we are saying that, okay, CO2 is good in cold climates, but it's not working in warm climates. Can you tell us a little bit about this CO2 equator, which is now has been broken, what to do with safety when it comes, and toxicity when it comes to ammonia and hydrocarbon? Yeah?
Yes, should I start with CO2?
Yes.
Yeah. Because CO2 is actually the one of the fluids which are non-flammable, non-toxic. Of course, you need to keep the amounts down. But when we started the development on CO2 systems, and now a lot are doing it, then everybody predicted that the efficiency of CO2 system could not be viable, not in Northern Europe even. And then we developed system and showed that the energy efficiency was superior to many of the existing solutions. And this has now been developed further for warmer climates like India by implementing ejectors and so on, so that you can do work recovery in the cycle. And this makes the system equally or more efficient than the other alternatives.
How do you answer to the cost? Because we know that there is these add-in solutions as ejectors, multi-ejectors, parallel compressors, flooded evaporators, and so on. So
yes.
People say like, okay, this is good, you have your solutions, but it's very expensive for us. How would you?
In the beginning, when companies started to install these systems in supermarket, it was like 20% more costly than the HFC systems. But now it's equal in parity with the cost. because you need to look at the total system. One thing is the machine room, and maybe that's more expensive, but you get less costly piping and less costly maintenance and so on. So in total, yeah.
System is more compact with high pressures. This
Yeah.
is very important to say. Yeah.
Yes, your microphone is not totally working, but okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So when it comes to ammonia and hydrocarbons, of course, you have some issues with safety and so on, with the hydrocarbons being flammable. But the new alternative fluids are also flammable, and the decomposition products are quite nasty, like hydrofluoric acid. So it challenges with all these options, and this of course requires some training and so on, but you can do very efficient systems with hydrocarbons for most of the applications that HFCs hold today, like air conditioning, for instance. Ammonia is 70% of the capacity in industry is already ammonia. But it's a challenge when you're taking it into more publicated areas. But this requires good standards, good procedures, and of course then you need training.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Another thing
Very
to
long.
add to CO2, please, because many times I can hear, okay, it can be also non-safe because it's operating at high pressures. But my answer to this is that people need to know that high pressures means high densities. High densities means high volumetric refrigeration capacity. Yeah, and then energy efficiency. Okay, thank you, Peter. So now when it comes to take some learnings from industry, and probably Andrea here is the person to talk about. But first, please, we would like to see the answer from our audience when it comes to North-South technology cooperation. Who are the main actors that need to be involved to facilitate the uptake? What can we see? Many about industry. Certification bodies, government regulators, media, what is that other? Think tanks, Okay, good to link to industry then. I think So, Andrea, so we know that, again, natural refrigerants, they are not concerned by PFAS, F-gas, and all these regulations that we don't know what will happen tomorrow. And you see how the PFAS, it was so quick, So when it comes to industry, do you think that this is a driver for industry to invest in these clean cooling technologies using natural refrigerants from the moment they are not concerned by any regulation in the future? So probably this is a good investment for them.
Well, first of all, yes, I did put industry there.
Yeah, that was clear, yeah.
I think in terms of technologies and investments, I think all the technologies are available for all of the refrigerants.
Yeah.
So that's nothing specific to natural refrigerants. We have technologies for all of the refrigerants, and I think that is important. Then second, in terms of regulations, who knows what regulations will apply in the future, so I would be a little bit more cautious than you are, and I would also not say that they are totally unregulated, because you would have standards, and more specifically safety standards that are really important, specifically for natural refrigerants, because we have high pressure, because we have toxicity, because we have flammability. So I think there are those constraints, and I would not just talk them away. They are there.
No, we are not taking away at all.
No, I'm just saying they need to be considered.
Yeah.
And that brings me to the last point, which I think is really important, which is training.
Yes, thank you.
And I think training and skills are really the one thing that is absolutely crucial to ensure the uptake of natural refrigerants. And there, I would say, it's an example not coming from India, it's an example from Africa. We are, as Danfoss, involved in a number of projects in Africa and sub-Saharan Africa to help spreading a sustainable cold chain. And what we are seeing there is that it's not even a question about what refrigerant is being used. That's really the least of the concerns. It's a question of, do we install a cold room? Yes or no. Do I need one? Yes or no. And the point is, you were talking about investments, that it's just not understood by many that a cold room can really make a big difference for the farmers, for the profitability, for their entire business model. And so I think before we talk even, I'm not saying that this is not an important discussion, don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying before we even talk about refrigerants, we actually need to raise awareness about the benefits of the cold chain, and then of course that this cold chain needs to be done in a sustainable way, and that requires training.
Now, this is very good. Actually, this is actually what we are looking at in Indie Plus. We are
I know.
Yeah, making the demonstration and then training people. But just to answer your comment, or just to comment on your comment on safety, no, at all. We are not undermining at all safety, but we know that we do have all the resources, all the technologies there, smart controls are there. So if people are very well trained and all the instrumentations are well underpinned, then there is no reason why we will say, okay, this is not safe, this is toxic, we are not using. So no, so first is to underpin the infrastructure, which is educating people, building capacities, demonstrating. And then when it comes to, I think you are referring to ACES program, right? Or
not necessarily.
But it's very good. Yeah, of course, I understand your point that, okay, people are probably more concerned about how to make solutions to save their food loss and waste and the benefit of cold storage and so on. But if we can take some learnings from the high income economies experience and call to leapfrog, so we don't need to go through all these phases. And not, we don't have time to do that. So we take our learnings, we implement clean cooling solutions, and we show that it's possible to run that cold store.
Yosser, you were asking me a question. I was replying to you from an industry perspective. So from an industry perspective, I think
we are
awareness,
at the same page,
education, skills, safety, and then you get your business case. It's not the other way around.
Yeah. I think we are at the same page. I mean, it's good that people also, I'm not answering directly to you, but it's also good that people here, they know about it. So, okay, thank you, Andrea. So now when it comes to, I'm going probably to Mark. I know that, Mark, I have one question for you. So when it comes to, so we all know about atmosphere, globally recognized as the voice for natural refrigerants, so how do you think we need to proceed to raise awareness and advocate for clean cooling in the global south? To whom we need to address? I don't know if you are much active there or not.
So I've been in the industry over 20 years now, and I've had the pleasure of traveling a bit, which is great, and talking to a lot of people over those years. And I've, the industry, the cooling and heating industry, if we break it down into simple terms, it's dominated by chemical refrigerant solutions today. Naturals, best case globally across all applications, are less than 10%. So we've done nothing so far. There's a long, long way to go to get 100%. And, the systems that we have right now, they're patented gases, they leak, and they are high GWP, global warming, even in 20 years. And they're PFAS in most cases, vast majority. So there's a real problem there, because that's expensive. It locks you into a system. Natural refrigerants, they're not patented, the refrigerants. So that's more like an open system for lots of new innovations from the global south. They can innovate in a much easier way. They're not locked in by all of these chemical solutions that run the market right now. One way to really step up that would be to get green investors. Investors are missing. In this space, there are no investors. They don't understand the massive disruption that's available for this industry. This industry's been asleep for decades, and it needs a kick out the backside, and investors are the ones that are going to fund that. And there are green investors that are everywhere. They want to make some money, and what they need to understand is they can make a hell of a lot of money with natural refrigerants simply because they're more efficient and better. The solutions are already there. The scientists and the researchers and obviously the manufacturers have worked that out. So they need to fund those transitions. They need to be backing projects in the global south, and they need to be working with some super smart people in the global south who will come up with new innovations and apply them to their local situations in an optimal way. So I want to stay positive on this.
Good, yeah.
But I think we're only at the very beginning of this transition, but we really need a kick. We need to accelerate, and I think the only way we're going to do that is not through regulations, because lobbying is everywhere. It takes a lot of time to change laws, and there are a lot of powerful people in this industry that don't want change because they can still make lots of money from leaky systems. So, we need investors.
Yeah.
The ones that understand that the only PFAS-free solutions that are ultra-low GWP and patent-free and better, more efficient, are natural, and that's where to go.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. And I think
Sorry.
one of the investments, probably it's an excellent example of bilateral technology cooperation, Peter. I think you do have much experience on that. Could you please tell us what is the potential of this type of cooperation, like bilateral, multilateral cooperations? How can this be or increase the access to clean cooling solutions?
I think the cooperation we have had with India is very positive. I think I've met much more bright people than myself in this cooperation with India, and they have the skills also to do things. They are maybe in a little bit lack of money now and then, but this is coming, and you have companies in India which have the money to drive this development further if they really go for it. So and also then cooperating with the universities and so on in India has been very successful. They have very good students. Many of them have been in Trondheim and got further education and are going back to drive this development. So very positive. And we have also have examples from other countries and other projects where the same experience is the case, so to say.
Yeah, thank you. I was a bit surprised. Who said emotions? What do you mean? What is this emotions? Okay, education. Yes, please.
So I didn't put emotions there, but I would like to make a comment because
Yes,
I was
please.
just reading it and I thought that's interesting.
Interesting.
But I find it, I'm always surprised how emotional this debate about refrigerants always becomes, and I find that's not adapted and not suitable and not adequate. We don't need emotions here. What we need is facts. And I mean, do we have the technology? Yes or no? Can we apply it in that or that application? Yes or no? How much does it cost? What are the constraints? I mean, it's all fact-based. I don't
doing
see
a lot on
this.
that,
I don't. Danfoss is doing a lot on that.
That's it.
Danfoss is also doing a lot of training on natural
absolutely.
refrigerants.
Yeah.
But Danfoss also says it really needs to be a fact-based decision so that we choose the right refrigerant for a given application, full stop. And if it can be natural, then perfect. But sometimes maybe it's not possible. But then that decision needs to be fact-based and not an emotional one. So I think that point is really good there.
That's a nice thing to... Okay.
The
Would you
point
like
is
to
that the fact-based truth is moving. And what we have seen is that you can develop systems that are equally efficient and cost-wise also. But it's then you need a little bit emotion in order to. It was neither me answering emotions because the network didn't work for my phone. But you need a little bit emotions too in order to drive this development further. Otherwise, it will be disclosed or not disclosed. you will not. It will not be fact-based, so to say.
So, Andrea, since you are still talking about that, probably if you can tell us more about public-private financing. So, how can this bring? How can this help to bring the market to natural refrigerants based solutions? If you can give some examples on what Danfoss...
Maybe not so much public-private, but I think the business model is really important.
Yes.
And there, I could give just one example from, it's a Danish example, so like Norway, Denmark is a country in the Nordics and probably a poster child on natural refrigerants. But I think some examples are useful and can also be replicated elsewhere. Yeah. And so if I'm looking at the supermarket that we have recently opened, it's close to the Danfoss headquarter. It's on the campus there. And it's really top-notch, latest technology in energy efficiency, heat recovery, top-notch CO2 technology, 50% more efficient than a already efficient supermarket. So it has all the advantages that you possibly...
How much more efficient?
50%, 50. So with CO2 technology. So it has a lot of advantages, but the thing is that sort of technology is not a straightforward fact-based. Well, it is fact-based actually because it's more expensive. So it's not a straightforward decision to be made by a supermarket owner to invest in such sort of technologies. And what we apply there is a business model which is leasing it out. So basically the supermarket owner does not have to make a high upfront investment for those technologies, but simply leases the entire service for the refrigeration, the air conditioning, the hot water, everything related to the technical installations in that supermarket. And so then you remove the hurdle of the higher investment. There can be a performance guarantee given about how much energy is going to be used, how much does it cost, etc. And that's really a win-win then, because in that way you push that sort of technology into the market, you remove the investment hurdle, and you have an incentive really to have the highest efficiency, because then whatever you agree upon in terms of contract can be low, because it's based on the refrigeration load, for example, that you will have. So I think those business models, they are really important to bring such technology to market.
So it's not only about technology itself.
It's also about the whole financial mechanisms.
It's about the financial mechanisms, how to help to unlock the financial mechanisms.
Because technology is available.
It's there, but how to make it operational.
How to roll it out and push it
and
into
to how
the
to
market.
make the system viable. This is actually the point. Yeah, right. Thank you, Andrea. Okay, I think it's a good link. You want to add something? Yes, please.
The emotions part. I mean, I think we're all human, right? Living without emotions would be a nightmare. But so I think our industry is invisible. It's totally invisible. No one ever thinks about cooling, ever. No one knows anything about our industry, and it's totally invisible. So I think emotions are a good way to connect with people, to say that we can make a difference. We can help solve global warming with natural refrigerants. And we have to do it in an emotional way to connect with people. It's key. Obviously, it's got to be backed by facts. So I know that we're not going to have a discussion with Andrea, because we've been doing that for 20 years, but and we've never agreed.
Yeah, but this is a part of.
But okay, but clearly, I mean, any natural refrigerant proponent who's going to go out there and say we've got a better system has to back that up with facts.
Yeah.
Yeah, clearly. Because there's so much misinformation, disinformation about natural refrigerants. I see that every single day. You already know just by the question that this is going to be misleading. So, there's a lot of out there. It's very politicized, unfortunately, but that's because we're talking about billions and billions and billions of dollars at stake. It's money. It's all about money. So, and the ones that run it, make the money now, are the ones that are going to lose in the future if we go to natural. It's just that simple. It's that simple.
And this is why you are here.
Yeah, well, not just us, you guys. And I think it's really important that you guys are here proving that it can work. And that's why the data you produce will be key.
Yeah, of course. And we will popularize it, of course. These facts, of course. Thank you, Mark. If I can turn to our Indian colleagues. So Jayanta, so yesterday I have been, no, not yesterday, 2 days ago, I was attending your panel discussion, and you were speaking about the Indian Cooling Action Plan. And we do now know that one of the main pillars of the ICAP, or the NCAPs in general, is to train people, right? And I could see in your action plan that you are aiming to train by 2030, how many service technicians you said? 1 million?
It was 100,000 by 23.
So now you already have completed 100,000 service technician, right?
Yep.
And you are aiming 100,000 by 2023. Yes. Particularly that your the Indian Cooling Action Plan was already set in 2019. So in only 3 years, they have been able to train 100,000 service technicians, and you are much more ambitious for 2030.
Absolutely.
I think 1 million people they want. So because not much time is left. So how optimistic you are when it comes, because here we have been asking people about how to build country autonomy, because
training is number
and
one.
a lot on training, a lot on education, standards and goals, everything actually says building local capacities.
So I think one thing I'll have to say is that we are an industry-led association as well, and we also are secretariat of India Cooling Coalition, which is a consortium of almost 22 non-profits who are working in implementation of ICAP. So of course it's a collaborative thing when we talk about training. But on the other hand, if you actually speak with any of the industry associations, they clearly say that the people who are getting churned out of, they say, the vocational colleges, they're unemployable. Frankly, because they have very little connect with the industry. It's not, they're not trained, they're not future ready. And, so it's extremely important that, we need to have a kind of a triple sector model where the industry is actually leading some of these initiatives and, as far as the training, especially into the new future technologies are concerned. How do they provide certification? Can we offer them some free training and a little paid model when you provide a certification? Then again, give them opportunities of learning on the work, because as Himanshu said, there's a large informal, the workforce who all, learn on the job. How do you actually do that? So I think it's also a point where I would say the industry really needs to put, money where their mouth is. Sorry if I have to say that, but they need to pay more to some of these certified technicians and others, because even if they go in for certification, others, they don't command the premium as far as, the money is concerned. So in reality, there's always a question, why should I bother? Probably the trainings they would have had last on average maybe 5 years or more. Frankly, they don't care. So it's a chicken and egg situation. You really need to create the ecosystem where you train them in future technologies, awareness, pay them little extra, make them work so that they develop. And second, again, to your question on awareness and, the industry, I would say we run the world's largest collegiate challenge for net zero energy and water buildings called the Solar Decathlon India. We work with some 150 colleges, 1,700 students are trained every year in designing net zero energy water buildings. This kind of thing is missing there. So, it's something that you're talking about, BITS Pilani, great, but, when I'm talking about a faculty of 150 colleges, IITs, NITs, SPAs, the best colleges in India, the faculty also is not aware of some of the basics of net zero energy water buildings, some of these technologies. So how can we collaborate in providing them the training? Because unless you create the next generation of future leaders, it's not going to happen in a country like India. So it needs to be in different levels. The people on the ground, the next generation, and also, in India, it's a federal structure. To your question, if you really wanted to go down the thing, how do you do state level capacity building? The state designated agencies, the pollution control boards, the factory inspectors. They don't even know the energy efficiency policy in their own states. Forget about the next generation and, what's coming. So that awareness level, I think, in a country like India needs to leapfrog significantly. Many-fold, and I think that's where you should probably be putting some of the the focus on the monies. That would be my perception.
So if I invite you to answer to this question,
optimistic about
how
the future.
Optimistic you are about the future of naturals in India?
I think we will get there. There's a very strong, I think, a startup ecosystem which is working there. I think as a part of the India Cooling Action Plan and the next level of the stock take that's happening and the thing, I think this is definitely a focus area.
Right.
But yeah, it's going to take some time.
Yeah.
It's going to take some time.
Yeah, thank you. I think Himanshi, you want to add something?
Yeah, I had a point on capacity building. So, firstly, you'll have to map what kind of capacities you need. So, yes, we have done 100,000 trainings, but those trainings have been fairly basic in nature because that's the market, right? People do not even have basic trainings. So, first tier of training is about making service technicians familiar with the systems, with the hygiene checks, like with the safety around refrigerants. But what we are actually looking at here is how are service technicians, how can they be made ready for natural refrigerants? I'm afraid that kind of thing is not happening in India, at least on the training front. So. Anyway, so that needs to be looked at. That's a regulatory call that the government has to make. Apart from that, I'd comment on emotions also. Everybody's talking about it. Well, the ice cream has been a hit, right?
Yeah.
I'm emotional about ice cream.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you bring this kind of emotion to discuss natural refrigerants, I mean that's great. It works.
It was smart idea, actually. Yeah. Mark, yeah, quickly, please.
I would say less than 5%. So let me share with the people as well. So the trainings that are done by GIZ, they do it on R290 systems for air conditioners. So, but I mean the volume has been small. We do it with MLF support in India. Ozone Cell has been doing it, but a large number of trainings have been done by this agency called ESSCI, Electronic Sector Skill Council of India, where they do like 3-day, 4-day training and then follow it up with a certificate. And that's mostly on basic stuff, not on natural refrigerants.
Okay, thank you, Himanshu. So quickly, if we can have a look at the results. It's like 2 people loving. It means like they are very optimistic. And then we have some answers like must happen for the environment, great prospects. What is PTVX? What is that? What is this one? Okay. Okay. But at least no thumbs down, let's say. Okay, so I would assume this is positive results. Last one. Anything to ask us or our panelists? If we can pick up like 1-2 questions maximum, so that we are sticking the time. Yes, Judith, please. The microphone, please.
Thanks, Andrea. So it was my strange point.
Please, come.
I put up. I'd like to ask the panel this question, actually, because from my perspective, small systems, hydrocarbons, absolutely no problem. Large systems, ammonia. Some smaller systems, than large systems, CO2. Maybe some CO2 getting into those sort of larger medium systems. But the gap between where hydrocarbons finish because of the charge issues and CO2 starts because of the lack of equipment, maybe one for Andrew as well, where the equipment starts being available. What's available there in a pure natural refrigerant? And am I right? Is there a gap, or is something going to jump into that and solve it?
I can say something. I can hand it over to you then. I mean, Danfoss provides technologies and components for equipment. So we would provide what our customers ask us to provide. And so if there is no pull from the market asking for specific whatever it is, can be CO2, can be hydrocarbons, can be ammonia, whatever it is. If there is no request coming from the market, then a company that supplies the technologies that go into such equipment, of course, lacks the business case to go for specific solutions or directions. So this is not to say there is no willingness or no motivation to do that, because from a Danfoss perspective at least, we have very ambitious goals. We have high decarbonization goals as well for our own company, and also driving this in the market. But at one point, of course, it depends what is the market demand for certain solutions. And so that then determines where you will invest and where you will push or not push certain things. So that just in terms of the interaction in the market.
Thanks for that. I want to make a very quick point on industry and the role that Indie Plus has played in India. Operational data is very important because it helps you do life cycle cost estimation, right? For companies, it's very important because they have to give value proposition to their customers. You have to give cost, performance, and after-sales service. So Indie Plus has played a wonderful role, and I hope there is more to come in the next stage.
Thank you, Himanshu. Very, very quickly, Peter, please.
Maybe just to add to that,
please, because we have the next event coming. Please.
I can just add to that. In the Indie Plus, our colleagues in India are cooperating in Indie Plus, and they told me the same. They said we have to create that ecosystem where you create the right market dynamics to ensure the uptake. And in that respect, I think it's a very useful project.
Yeah, thank you, Andrea. Quickly, Peter.
The demand is not coming by itself. And I think hydrocarbons, the limit of 150 grams is a little bit artificial. And it has been developed standards which can allow higher charges, and then you can get higher capacities and develop this further. But now I think...
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to ask for a round of applause for our very natural panelists and for their very natural interactions. Thank you very much. Okay, great.
There is some noise, so don't hesitate to do that. I am myself the Director General of the International Institute of Refrigeration, and so I have the pleasure to be the moderator of this side event. You must know that needs for refrigeration are expanding because of the need for the cold chain for food, for health products, because of air conditioning, and we need more people for all this equipment, to implement this equipment, to maintain this equipment, and with also some people, and we will have some presentations regarding people who are underrepresented, I mean women, ethnic minorities. So we need a sustainable development, and the Global Cooling Pledge on Tuesday afternoon shows the need of in all the countries to implement a better sustainable development of all refrigeration technology and users. It represents about 8% of the global warming impact, both because of energy issues and refrigerant issues. And thus, we need more efficient equipment with lower global warming potential refrigerants or new technologies. Thus, we need more innovation and people who are able to innovate, and also people who are trained, because there are also a lot of issues, for instance, and especially safety issues. So we need also more people and more trained people, and thus we have to attract, to be more attractive. So the first presentation, well, you have here the various speakers. Unfortunately, Riyadh will not be here. He will be represented by Mustafa, but all the other ones are here on site, and they will be able to present the various presentations here. First, the presentation one is about the working group that the International Institute of Refrigeration built a few years ago, CARE, in order to already attract more young people in this business. And thus, I will ask Katarina and Ina to present it, and also to present the newest initiatives such as InWeek, and also some initiatives in the United Kingdom. So, Katarina, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Excellent, that's good. So I'm just going to move to the side so I can move the slides. So this presentation is about the power of networking, and we'll tell you a bit about what we found with the CARE working group, and we'll tell you a bit about a website called Fantastic Fridges that is designed for a younger audience. So I'm Caterina Marquez. I'm a senior research fellow at London South Bank University, and I also share the Careers in Refrigeration working group from the IIR. So I'm going to do this presentation with Ina Colombo from the IIR, so it's going to be a double act. So just adding to what Mr. Colombo said, so refrigeration is a growing sector. There are over 15 million people employed in the industry worldwide. So that means 5 out of 1,000 workers have a job that's linked to manufacturing, installation, maintenance, and servicing of refrigeration equipment. And the sector consumes about 20% of the worldwide electricity. So, and the sector is growing because there is more need for cooling with increasing temperatures, with low-income countries now having access to cooling. So with more demand, you need more professionals to work in the industry. So it's quite critical to attract young people and also to attract more women, because they are only 6% of the members of national refrigeration associations. So there is a lot of potential that can be unleashed by getting more women to join the profession. But also, we need more people, purely and simply. So the Careers in Refrigeration Working Group, it aims to bring together students and young researchers so that they share their ideas, they discuss career opportunities with senior experts from academia and from industry. So we've been organizing speed networking events at conferences, at industry exhibitions. So we've held over 15 events over the past 8 years. And the results have been, new job opportunities, new collaborations that came from those meetings. And it's a great opportunity to break the ice at conferences, because it's a way to connect people. And the feedback is always very positive, because for the older generation, it's an opportunity to share their experience. And for the younger students, it is a way to identify what's the best career path for them, which when you're just starting, that's not clear. So we've been promoting careers in refrigeration to youth. So we've been presenting at career fairs, industry fairs. We've been doing publications, both journal publications, but also in the trade press. We've developed a brochure, a LinkedIn page to connect people. But Ina will tell you more about later about the STEM Amazing program and the Fantastic Fridges, which are fantastic initiatives. So one thing we did last year was a worldwide survey on women in cooling. And here the aim was to understand the background, the motivations, the challenges, and the opportunities that women face when they work in the sector. So this survey was a collaboration between UNEP Ozone Action, the IIR, but we had several partners worldwide that disseminated the survey in different regions. So we made the survey available in 7 languages so that it was easy for everyone to participate, and we got about 800 responses. But what came through in the survey is that the environmental impact of refrigeration is a clear motivation factor. So this is really an opportunity to promote this career. And focus campaigns can attract more young people and more women to join the workforce. Another initiative that's relatively new is there is now an IIR award for women in science and technology. So this is for outstanding scientific achievements in academic and industrial research, innovation and development. And the first prize was given at the International Congress of Refrigeration in August. So Laura Fidel won the prize, and hopefully there'll be a lot more women receiving the prize in the future, so that increases their visibility as role models. So what happened is the survey got some really interesting results. We presented that at a previous session, but it sparked a new international network for women in cooling. And the purpose of the network is networking, is educational, and is to provide a mentoring platform for women to help them develop their careers. So it's a unique opportunity. There is a QR code that you can scan and will take you to the INWIC website. And that's it for me. I'll hand over to Ina to talk to you about fantastic fridges.
Thank you, Katarina. I'm here because I am the secretary of the Care Working Group, but I'm also a member of the Institute of Refrigeration UK. And I would like to show you on behalf of Miriam Rodway the fantastic fridges. So you've got the QR code, which will link you to the website. And on the website, you've got different web pages, web page, where you've got the young learner, and you've got also, which is that it's got some key stages, which is key S2 to 3 is 7 to 11. The key S3 4 to 3 is 11 to 14, and after the advanced topic is up to 18 years old. And it's got a section also for teachers and for ambassadors. Okay, so in the website, through the different web pages, you got many tools, education tools that you can use, and animated, like example, how does a fridge works, and this is animated. You've got various information about how to use a refrigerator, and also you've got a career finder quiz. So you've got various activities and that online that you can use, and also you've got some for future technicians, like an example about what does a technician do every day, like example 7:30, what a technician is doing until the end of the day, so that kids can learn about refrigeration and see if it's a career that they could take maybe for the future. And so so it's Miriam told me to say that is at the IIR annual conference in 2022, it was an employer debate about training and skills, and the main conclusion was that we experts cannot rely on school and also ambassadors to promote our industry, okay, and that it's only us can do it. And the challenge was that all of us reach out school around the area and themselves to promote the refrigeration. So for this, the IR has developed a IR STEM toolkit. And within it, you've got a kit bag insulated. You've got a hand boiler that demonstrates the boiling process. You've got also a heat changing mug, which is inside the bag, is a full package. You've got some jigsaw puzzles. You've got some crosswords and word searches. It's got various tools that you can use to attract the attention of the student. You've got some flip games. You've got the roller banner, the T-shirt that I'm wearing, the mug, and it's got some fridges, magnet, and some business card. And this is an example that ambassadors have been using around the area or the region with the kids and promoting in fairs and also sometimes in the company in order to promote refrigeration into the schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now you already have some examples to attract young people in our sector. And now I would like to ask Andrea Vogt from Danfoss to present the point of view of the industry, how the industry can also help us to attract young people for the benefit of all. Andrea?
Thank you, Didier. Well, helping, I don't know, because it's a big challenge for the industry actually to attract people and to retain them as well. So I was wondering which angle to take for this presentation, and then I thought I'll just show a little bit what we do in Danfoss and what we see also when we recruit people and how we try to build that story to attract talent and to retain talent. So what we see when looking for young people, when talking to students, when trying to fill jobs where somebody has left, for example, we see that ESG is a major lever and it's getting more and more important. And when I say ESG, then it's environmental, but it's also social. So those factors become more and more important. So if I'm looking at the purpose, I was not so long ago, I was recruiting somebody for my team, and basically all the candidates I was talking to, when I asked them why do you apply besides the job itself, why Danfoss? And all of them said to me that for them the purpose is really important, and the sustainability angle is really playing a very important role. And then when looking at Danfoss, it's a family-owned company, so you have a bit of a longer-term view than if you are directly driven by your shareholders, and that also gives you more flexibility than to push sustainability. And then speaking about sustainability specifically, all of them also said that the commitments that the company is taking in order to secure the future is really important for them. And in that case, for Danfoss, for example, we have committed to CO2 neutrality in our own operations by 2030. And also with validated by Science-Based Targets initiative. So that sort of commitment by a company is very attractive for young people. And of course, then that's also an incentive for the company itself to invest in that sort of initiatives in order to attract more people to an industry which in itself is maybe not so the very first choice or but what comes first to mind for a student when he or she has finished university. And then the third point, also related to ESG targets, is diversity, equity, and inclusion. So again, a very important point, and it's not only, it is about gender balance, of course. So for example, Danfoss has a commitment of more than 30% of women in leadership positions by 2025, so that's an important one. But it's also from a diversity perspective in terms of cultural diversity, in terms of geographical diversity. So all of us, when we have teams, we have criteria in that sense to make sure that we don't only employ, for example, Danes, or we don't only employ Germans or whatever, so that it's really a mix in each management team. So those criteria, students typically when they apply for jobs, or young people when they apply for jobs, they would come with that sort of arguments. That's for them one of the reasons why they would look at a company like Danfoss. Then I wanted to give this example. This is also a very strong pillar of how we position our company. It is to work closely with academia and to build partnerships also with academia. So this is one example with the HKA, which is the University of Applied Sciences in Karlsruhe. And here we have this partnership, or we support this new professorship for heat pumps together with several other manufacturers of heat pumps, AIT, Bosch Thermotechnik, Stiebel and Weiland. So working together to make that happen, to ensure that we train and we educate young people, more young people for this very important branch of our industry. Because if we look at colder climates, when countries make carbon neutrality commitments, those commitments cannot be achieved without working on the energy transition, and more specifically on the heat transition, because half of the global final energy use is for heating and cooling, and most of it still based on fossil fuels. So if we want to achieve the heat transition, we need to get rid of the fossil fuels for heating, and heat pumps obviously is a very important way to do so. But there are not enough people in that field, or there are not enough engineers in that field, there are not enough installers in that field. So that sort of initiative is meant also to attract more people to the industry and to educate more people in the industry. I'll just do the last one, and then the last example I wanted to give is our post-graduate program. We call this PGP program in Danfoss, and it's a super interesting program for postgraduates who would come to Danfoss, join the company, and then rotate. And this rotation is interfunctional, so they would rotate between very different functions of the company. So they can be, for example, I just spoke to one last week, and she rotated between finance, between marketing, and between sales. And she was in Europe, in the US, and somewhere in Asia, I don't remember where. So she was really rotating through those different functions, and that, of course, on the one hand side is interesting for the student, because after university it allows them to really get to know a company and to get to know different functions and different jobs in that company. And for the company it's also interesting because it helps you to get to know somebody. So if that person does a good job and fits in very well, then you have basically zero risk, or a very low risk, when you employ that person then afterwards. So it's really a win-win. And that also is a very interesting very interesting driver to get more young people interested in our industry, and mechanical engineering as such, where you would very often see that a lot of the young people and the students would be attracted by IT or by I don't know, by commercial studies, etc. So mechanical engineering is maybe not always top of the list of interest. So those different initiatives, ESG-driven, partnerships with university, attracting PGPs to the company, giving them the opportunity to rotate and to see many different fields of where they can work. I think that's for us very important pillars to attract talent and then to retain talent as well, because both is really important. Didier.
Thank you very much, Andrea. So now we will have an insight on what happens in West Africa, because as you know, the developing countries, and especially African countries, are certainly the place where you have to attract the most people because of the development of revolution users. So I would like to ask Monica to present the situation in West Africa. Monica?
I forgot the last one. That was about our academy, online training for installers. So that's not aimed at the students, it's aimed at the installers, where a lot of online tools are available to get trained for natural refrigerants, for example, but also for conventional technologies.
So I'm very happy to be sharing the experience from West Africa. Just as the moderator mentioned, we have a lot of opportunities. First, energy demand is very high, and a large part of it is unmet. So for my organization, which is the ECOWAS Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, what we are doing really is to, work on the supply side, which is renewable energy, increasing penetration of renewable energy, and also managing what we have currently through energy efficiency. So that's how we are making sure that the cooling sector is greener. So just a little bit about the region. ECOWAS stands for the Economic Community of West African States. I always say it's like the European Union, but for West Africa. So like the European Union, we develop policies, we develop legal frameworks. We also implement projects across the member states. We have 15 member states. As you can see, those countries in green are our member countries. And ECRI, that's my organization, we are based in our smallest country, Cabo Verde. So as you already know, access to electricity is quite low, but we do have very high renewable energy potential. And what I will be discussing today is how ECRI is working to, provide to the green energy industry workforce very experienced people. So this is just our vision, mission, and as I already mentioned, is really to promote renewable energy and energy efficiency. So these are the objectives through which we work. And objective 2 is very key, which is capacity building, sensitization. Is very key for the topic today. But of course, we are also involved in quality assurance, research, technology transfer, among others. So for the capacity building, we have this scheme called the Regional Certification System for Skills in Sustainable Energy. And it's very much in the very early stages of it, because right now we're just focusing on solar certification, getting solar technicians certified, mainly because most of our projects right now are very heavy on solar. But we do have plans to start, certifying experts in energy efficiency. So these are just a bit of what we do, and gender is also very key for us. As you will see, when we receive applications, we try to make sure that we have a good percentage of them being women. So what we do is that we provide scholarships for women to write the exams. So it's not free, but we try to provide scholarships just for women. But the numbers are still below 30%. As shown on the slide, about 19% of applications received are women. And for those who've done their exams, just 20% of eligible candidates and those certified are women. So we're really trying our best to have a gender-balanced workforce to supply what the industry needs. Another very interesting thing about the scheme is that ECRI works very tightly with key international and regional continental bodies, so like the European Union, the International Renewable Energy Agency, the African Development Bank, and others, right from the beginning of this scheme, which we started with IRENA. And the purpose of this is to make sure that the long-term goals of ECRI and all these international bodies are aligned. So we're not just providing a workforce to the West African region, but also the opportunity for them to be employed by these international organizations. So this is just a picture of what it looks like, the certification process. First there's application, then there's examination, then there's certification. As I mentioned, it's not free, but for women, we try to make sure that they can do the exam free of charge. So there's a written component, then there's a practical component of the certification. All right, so just wrap up. This is just basically to say that, yes, we are focusing very much on solar, on renewable energy certification right now, but we do have, as you see in the box 4, we do have plans to move into energy efficiency, building, industry, and transport. And I'm happy to say that in the next 5 years, we are hoping to have a serious number of certified and well-experienced people to help drive the workforce. And we're seeing this to be mostly young people, thanks to this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will come back to the need of training afterwards, but before several presentations regarding that, I would like to ask Nike to present the involvement of ethnic minorities. Sorry. She's online.
So we're very sorry. She recorded the PowerPoint, but the volume is very low. So she will go through it. The last slides you could hear, but the first one, just read the slides. Yeah? Voilà, allez-y. Voilà, laissez. C'est bon.
I'm very sorry. Effectively, it is difficult to understand.
electronics engineer at WSP. As a kid, my parents bought me I had this jumbo Lego set with like 1,000 different pieces in it, and that was my first experience of actually putting things together, learning how things work. I think that's where my first interest in these things came from. I didn't really have an idea of what I wanted to do as a young kid, and then a group called AFBE came into my sixth form to talk about science and technology and kind of just talk about engineering to the young kids. When speaking with senior engineers about what they do.
That's all. Okay, so now I would like to present some training programs for worldwide, organized by various organizations we are in partnership with. And first, sorry. Okay, so I would like to ask Sonia from UNEP Ozone Action, and then also Mustafa to present these training programs.
Thank you so much, Didier. So we have 7 minutes together, so I'll try to be really brief. So I want to say at the beginning that Ozone Action is an implementing agency. UNEP Ozone Action, it's part of UNEP. It's also an implementing agency of the Multilateral Fund. And we have dual role under the Multilateral Fund. One is Compliance Assistance Program. Through this program, we help 147 countries achieve and maintain compliance with the Montreal Protocol and Kigali Amendment targets. And then the second part of our important work is the project implementation in some of those countries. And we basically, through our compliance assistance program, develop capacity building products and tools then that we used in the project implementation in HPMPs and KIPs. These are the national strategies for phase out and phase down of controlled substances. So this is just an example of materials that we produce through our compliance assistance program. The first one is refrigeration management university course that is a full semester course designed to in accordance with academic requirements for mechanical engineering undergraduates to ensure building their capacity and knowledge before getting into the field after graduation. We have a new training manual, which is build your own course manual with ARIA, the refrigerant servicing and best practices, and it's in modular form, and the training institute can create their own course based on the needs of their institute. And then we also have a global qualification program that we did with industry associations worldwide, which is refrigerant driving license. And it consists of theoretical and practical exams, and is created to facilitate phase down of high GWP refrigerants. So basically, those products and other products that we create, we use in activities that we implement through the projects in the HVACR sector. I want to mention that under the Multilateral Fund and under this HPMP's projects, 262,000 technicians and trainers were trained since 2010. That includes all implementing agencies, including bilateral agencies of the Multilateral Fund. UNEP is implementing HPMPs in 105 developing countries, and in 78 of them as a lead agency. Trainings are organized at the national level. They consist of TOT component, training of trainers and training of technicians.
Focus is on good practices and containment measures, and with the Kigali Amendment, safety issues and energy efficiency considerations become more relevant. We are focusing on the servicing sector mostly, and in most of the countries, those trainings are organized in the vocational schools. So we help them prepare curricula for the schools and equip the schools as well. That's all from me. Mustafa, please, your 3 minutes.
So I'll keep it brief. I'll just start with a quick and brief introduction to the Kula program for those of you who do not know what the Kula program is talking about. The Kula program is a really innovative project that aims to challenge the status quo currently within the MENA region and Turkey by introducing sustainable cooling and upscaling it. So what we're aiming here really basically is to literally leapfrog conventional intermittent HFCs and directly introduce natural refrigerants. Now, the project, as you see it, it works in 4 MENA countries: Jordan, Egypt, Lebanon, and Turkey. And we are partner and is under the umbrella of the and supported by the German Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action within the EKI Initiative, International Climate Initiative. The program has multiple pillars, mostly working on policy, but also has a fully dedicated pillar for technologies, where we introduce different sustainable technologies and have planned to move forward with demonstration projects that kind of showcase the technologies are there, they're working, we should move forward to and start using them. There's also a dedicated pillar for purely capacity building. And this is the part where I'll take a little bit more time just to give you a quick idea on it. Yes, so within our capacity building programs, we are trying to target lots of, we're making a lot of specific trainings on the industry side, but also for policymakers and financiers. Basically, as you can see here, so we started with the specific group trainings, and that's targeting technicians in specific. We had our first training of trainers session in September this year, where we had almost 15 trainers from the 4 Kulab countries. They kind of had a full intensive session of 5 days where they kind of worked directly with natural refrigerant equipments. They learned how to do the maintenance, installation, and now they are really replicating this to the technicians within the countries. So far, we have almost had around 40 trained technicians across the 4 Kulab countries, and we're aiming by the end of the program to have at least 600 trained technicians within the Kulab countries that in turn, they will also kind of work towards propagating it and spreading the awareness on natural refrigerants and how they can handle these equipments, in particular the aspect of flammability. And that's it for now, so thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we'll continue with a presentation by Philippe from GIZ, which is the German development agency for developing countries.
Thank you so much. Yeah, GIZ has been training for over 25 years on natural refrigerants, leapfrogging directly. And I mean, we now have also a gender policy, so all our new projects will definitely also include women. We also launched some scholarships, for example, in Kenya now for women, so we have to pick up on that more. In some countries, we have quite a lot of women already, young ladies participating in the training courses. In others, almost zero, and there we have to see. And also we're monitoring now the use, just to pick up a little bit on the presentations before. So basically, okay. What we are doing, we follow a QCR approach, qualification, certification, and registration. And we say only certified technicians are allowed to work on refrigeration or air conditioning units, and especially when with flammable refrigerants or flammable or high pressure or toxic refrigerants. So we have a 14 models designed specifically for the Global South. They can be adapted, tailor-made, adjusted to the local circumstances. We always look at what's in place already, what curricula is in place. We adjust it, include some missing parts on flammability and so on safety especially. Of course, we always consider the local safety standards and international safety standards. And then usually what we do, we equip the training centers, we do TOTs and train technicians. And at the same time, we look at the national certification schemes and revise them according to international standards, but always considering the national systems that are already in place. And what we also recommend highly is to have a registration system. We need to know who is out there, how many training technicians do we have, who is trained on what level, plus, does it work, the microphone? Yeah. And I don't know, I mean, I have two microphones, I'm a bit, and also this registration system should be online, ideally, plus the technician should get a card or ideally a code, a barcode, that can prove he's been trained on this and this technologies. So we do the assessment, then we look at the infrastructure, we equip the centers. You can't train without tools and equipment. We look at the policy and the standards especially, and all the curricula and the national certification schemes, and then we look into training and certification. Overall, of course, international safety standards usually always are, for us, the basis to ensure that we can introduce this kind of courses on hydrocarbons, especially in a safe manner, and we national adapt also these ones. I mean, I mentioned most of the points. We have different models, so we also try to include the informal sector. And if someone already worked for 10 years or whatever installing air conditioners, he already knows a lot. He might miss, and he might have done some courses already, some short courses. So we give them the chance to also to integrate them into the formal sector, and so to do some assessments, to integrate the informal sector into the formal sector is very crucial if we want to change and transform the sector and move towards climate-friendly environmental solutions. But our main focus lies on the advanced rack technician. So he's the standard guy that can repair a fridge or install an air conditioner. And then there's also more advanced professional technicians that we also have models and courses on CO2 ammonia, for example. We are doing trainings a lot, most of them in national training institutes in currently around 35 countries. And we trained out of the 266,000, I don't know how many, but maybe 50,000 in India, especially in Brazil, in the large countries. And so we've been training and training and training. But we also have special courses for trainers in Germany on natural refrigerants. And then we organize regional TOTs where we get East African community, West African community together or the Caribbean or in Latin America, and to train the main multipliers, and they are then going into their countries and training all the other trainers. And so if you train one person, you might have reached 1,000 other technicians or more. And I mean, we train on green skills and green jobs basically. And I mean, I believe that a rack technician has one of the highest climate impact. If he does his job properly, he can mitigate thousands of tons every year. So this should be also more highlighted. So there's more examples on other technicians. We do a lot on R290 split AC, especially R600A, Domref, R290 also, and CO2. These are, but of course, the basis is always general refrigeration technology and also electrical safety and all the components, and then we come to specific courses and models for flammables. We have an online course. It's free of charge. Anyone can apply. That's the basic course. You can do it online, but you need the physical trainings, especially the bracing and the bracing certificate. And there's also, most of our models can be downloaded free of charge. and we have also cool trainings and so on. Thank you so much for your attention.
Well, now you know that it is not only a very important problem to attract people, new people in our domain, and also to train them, but we already have a lot of actions, higher actions as well as actions from our partners. So please, do you have any questions for the speakers? Nothing to or comment regarding these kinds of actions, the new actions we have to do, because of course it is not the end of the story. We have to amplify our actions regarding training and tools to attract people. It's not so easy. No, yes, please, Philippe.
I mean, we're all doing a good job, but what we need to do is, I mean, we have some materials, you have some, everyone is doing something, so why not combining everything, you know, somehow, not inventing the wheel over and over again, including the really necessary parts in the models, because in the training programs there's a lot of online. I mean, we need to use digitalization at least to, and a lot of the informal sector can't even read and write. So we need to work with videos, they can watch it, and to get at least, I mean, to reach out to these millions of technicians that are out there, and there's another millions to come even in Europe. Who shall install all the heat pumps in the US and in Europe?
That's clear. It is for all the countries. And effectively, we already have online courses also in the International Institute of Refrigeration. We have also the experience of on-site courses for training the trainers. And we also already have links with GIZ, with Danfoss, with the various public and private organizations, WINEP, of course. But I agree with you, we should continue to coordinate and better coordinate all our actions in all the countries, developed and developing countries. So any other idea perhaps about what is lacking in our actions? No? No question about the future of employment and the needs for employment in our sector? If there is nothing, it is the end of the session. And in any case, we will have other side events, please. I don't understand what.
You said if there are questions about what?
Yes, if there are questions here for this side event. Do you have one?
So I had two questions that I was also discussing with the gentleman there. I wanted to know, like, what's made the Montreal. This is something I've always been curious about. I just joined, so I don't know if this is really the topic of the side event, but maybe if you can just provide some insight on it. So I had two questions actually about the Montreal Protocol. Why the countries back then just, agree on something, whereas right now we're still really struggling on reaching consensus on very basic, scientifically based facts. And the other one was, I was also telling the gentleman there that the Montreal Protocol, eliminated the CFCs.
Now phasing down HFCs.
But then we just... No, but my question is, we always found alternatives for CFCs, like which are CFOs. Then he was telling me about HFOs. Why were the alternatives not sustainable? Why, when the world eliminated CFCs, why didn't they look for more sustainable options and just ended up doing literally the same thing?
We should at least one day to reply to your questions. First. And of course, the other speakers can also complete what I will tell you. First, effectively, we need more people to handle the issues regarding the what we call the Montreal Protocol and the Kigali Amendment. We already phased out CFCs, chlorofluorocarbons. We will very soon also phase out hydrochlorofluorocarbons, which were the next generation of refrigerants. Okay, normally at the end of the decade they will be totally phased out. However, even for these refrigerants, the problem is the banks. We have a lot of refrigerants in the various current equipment, so we have to we have to eliminate them or reclaim them. So it is still a subject, and the current most important generation is HFCs, hydrofluorocarbons, and now thanks to the Kigali Amendment signed in 2016. We have to phase down HFCs. It means that we progressively have to reduce the consumption and production of these refrigerants. Okay, so we have refrigerants which can replace them. We have various kinds of very low global potential refrigerants because the previous one, HFCs, CFCs, are potent greenhouse gases, a part of the issue on the stratospheric ozone layer. So regarding the low global potential refrigerants, we have two kinds of refrigerants. We still have generations of synthetic refrigerants with HFOs, for instance, but also some low global potential HFCs and mixtures. And we have what we call natural refrigerants. Basically speaking, well, because of various other consequences of the use of synthetic refrigerants, we try to better promote natural refrigerants. And for instance, Philippe just before explained that the training courses that GIZ organizes are totally focused on natural refrigerants. When we mean natural refrigerants, it means essentially CO2 as a refrigerant, hydrocarbons, such as R290, and you have the ice creams, for instance, are with R290, okay? And we have ammonia, well, we also have water, air, etc. But these refrigerants, the main problem is the safety. They are very low global potential refrigerants, but we need, they are flammable, for instance, very flammable, such as hydrocarbons. So we need to train people, not only to attract young people in the business, but also to train the current technicians in order to be able to use these new refrigerants, or new or old refrigerants, but which need particular skills in order to avoid any accident. Of course, it is very important to avoid any accident. It is environment is important, but health is also important. Okay? So, regarding the training courses, we already have some programs in developing countries especially, but we also have to train people in developed countries. As Philippe told you, effectively, heat pumps, for instance, is a very big market now. So, and we need more people also in developed countries. It is not only a problem of developing countries, but we have more programs in developing countries because, well, they have perhaps less possibilities to have themselves the training, the professors, the technicians who could do it, the various universities and so on. Of course, it depends on the country. So our programs are different country by country, region by region. For instance, in Africa, we consider that West Africa is a region by itself. So we try to have programs which are dedicated to a certain region of the world, and sometimes only for a country by country. I don't know if I answered your questions because they were very large.
Follow up. So even if we end up phasing out completely HFOs, what is the guarantee that an alternative would not show up? Like when we phased out CFCs, like the next thing just showed up, which was, and then the next thing showed up, which were HFOs.
I understand. Well, the problem with HFOs are very low global potential refrigerants. Well, almost similar to CO2, for instance. So at the lowest level. But the problem is the fact that they can be decomposed in various chemicals which have some environmental impacts, not in the atmosphere. So it's not a problem of global warming. It is a problem of the synthetic substances you can find in water, in the soils, because of the decomposition of these products. So Currently, there is absolutely no, almost, except in very few countries, there is no regulation against HFOs. Perhaps it will be the case, and for instance, there are discussions at the European level within the European Union to make some research regarding that. Perhaps in the future they will be banned because of that. But it is not a problem of global warming. So in any case, it will be a totally different procedure, a procedure dedicated to synthetic substances for various purposes, including refrigerants, but the decomposition products such as PFEs, we can find also in other products. So it is a different actions. It is the reason that we prefer to propose natural refrigerants, but at that stage, there is absolutely no ban.
Hello to everyone, my name is Najibullah. I'm from Tajikistan. Maybe I have one small comment to Shiz. Maybe finishing this is all processing, starting university, green education, because we as people now is coming, not information, starting one green education hub to him for development programs. Thank you. It's my comment, not question.
I'm not sure I understood your question. Any advocation to attract people? Well, it was explained at the beginning. I would like to insist on what was already said. It is the fact that, according to the surveys we made, the most important motivation for people to work in our domain is the environmental issue. It could be curious, but if you would like to be a role actor in decarbonizing the world, in protecting the environment, in avoiding global warming, it is the best way is to work in a sector where you can have some actions, and clearly the refrigerant domain is a sector where you already have a lot of actions, and you will have a lot of actions in the future. You know the Global Cooling Pledge, which was presented on Tuesday. So there is currently a commitment, and it is relatively recent, so a commitment of a lot of countries, and I hope in the future all the countries, to build national cooling action plans in order to progressively phase down or phase out refrigerants and to increase the energy efficiency. And because of the increasing market, because of these challenges, these commitments, if you would like to have a role, a positive role in mitigating climate change, as well as adapting to climate change, it is the best way is to work in the refrigerant sector. It is our message, and I'm convinced, and I think all the people who are involved in the sector are also convinced, that now perhaps it can be curious, but clearly you have to work in a sector which is a major responsible actor in climate change in order to have a positive action. And so for me it's obvious that the environmental argument is the best one, and this is a good one. Okay. So thank you very much.
Is that your wallet? Is that your wallet?